/have subscribed voor 13 months.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to my stream. Hello, all you lovely people. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. And today is a cooking stream. And before I say anything else, I just want to make sure I do not forget. Epion, thank you very much for the 13 months. Thank you very much. That is very, very generous of you, Epion. Epion has actually been a very helpful fellow to me. He has been a very helpful fellow to me. My PC that I'm streaming from, Epion helped me purchase it. Epion helped me pick it out, I should say. And so thank you very much to Epion for providing, in addition to direct financial support, providing additional technical support. I am a man who I think it would be fair to say that I'm pretty knowledgeable, but it would also, I think, be pretty fair to say, and I think this is true of literally every single person who has ever lived, I am more ignorant than I am knowledgeable. I think that that is a fair statement, and I think that that is true of everyone. I do not think that there is such a thing as a person who knows more than they don't know. That is pretty crazy to me. I think all of us are awash in things we don't know. I'm just fiddling around with a little bit of the back end stuff here, just moving some windows around to make sure that they are where I want them to be. I think I got it. I think I got it all down. But yes. I hope everyone is having a good night, having a good evening so far. I can say that with pertaining to this specific stream, I'm actually quite anxious. I am actually quite anxious about this one. Cooking is a very important art form to me, personally speaking. I put a lot of myself into my cooking. I take my cooking very seriously. Oh, I forgot to hit post all on Twitter. Whoopsie doodle. I am frequently I take my I take cooking very seriously as these things go, and so there's a little bit more vulnerable, I guess, about this than I am about other things. Than I am about other options, right, in my life. Like, I don't feel that self-conscious about my skills as a gamer, or my... Dear God, not my skills as a gamer. Or my skills as a calligrapher, even. I feel fairly good about it. I guess that might also attribute this to a lot of it coming down to practice. A lot of it coming down to just practice. And then, because I've done so many calligraphy streams, I've done so many gaming streams at this point, but I feel like if I were to play a game that I'm really, that I really feel special about, the main one being King of Dragon Pass, that one also concerns me, right? That also makes me kind of worried. Yes, exactly, Punderful Owl. Exactly. I am sharing more of myself. And I would even say, beyond my heart, I would say my ego. I would say my ego is more at stake than with most things I do. Hello, uwu owo snuggy wuggy nya nya. Hello. I should get in the hellos, right? I should get in the hellos. It's early, but why not? Hello to Saribot. Hello to me. Hello, Epion Avenger. Hello, Guniella. And hello, Punderful Owl. And hello, uwu snuggy wuggy nya nya. I'm sorry, uwu owo snuggy wuggy nya nya. But yeah, yes. No, it is a nerd. It's a goofy old man. It's a goofy old man who is live and Going to do some cooking today. Uh, the I may as well pin it as well. Hello, beautiful angel. Hello, hello, hello. That's a cute pun, Wonderful Owl. That is a cute pun. That is a cute pun. I appreciate that. Pin. Damn you, pin. There we go. Manually right into stream. Cute is what you aim for. I think that's good. I think tracking decided to get a little bit silly there. I think that more of us could aim for being cute, right? I think that more of us could aim for being cute. There we go. Much better. But yes. Where the heck did I put my water? I'm already thirsty. I may have left my water in another room. Hold on, I'll be back in like 1 second. Yep, left it in the next room over. That's what your name aimed for and you think you missed badly. I think that is fair to say. Snuggy wuggy nya. I think that you landed more on cursed, which I think was actually closer to your aim. I think cursed was a little bit closer to what you were actually aiming for, if I'm not mistaken. You have oolong chop. I love oolong. Oolong is, I find it so frustrating. Oolong is my favorite flavor of tea, but it just gives me such a murderous headache. It just gives me such a murderous headache. I cannot handle my oolong. Cannot handle it. You have oolong and jasmine. That is fair. I also like jasmine, but not nearly as much as oolong. I think oolong is like a pretty clear winner for me in terms of flavor. I'm not really sure what comes next in my flavor preferences for tea. Oolong's just such like an unambiguous winner, and then after that it's like, I don't even know what I'm doing. Rooibos might be number 2, which is fortunate because I can drink rooibos. Rooibos does not give me any trouble. Rooibos does not give me headaches. So that's a pretty fortunate one for me. I do really like rooibos though. Okay, hold on a second. One more calibrate attempt. Okay, let's see how that goes. Yeah. Oolong is an amazing tea, and you know, it's a non-trivial percentage of like one of my more nuclear approaches to the world, which is I don't think the English are very good at tea. I just bluntly don't think I bluntly don't think Britain are good tea. Yeah, Goonie, it is the caffeine is definitely the main culprit. Caffeine and tannins both give me pretty bad headaches. I think that the tannins is partially like a result of like getting wine drunk a few too many times. Yeah, but the British are loud. The British are very loud and extremely non-stoical. So, the mouth tracking, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I'm trying to find like a good position. I'm trying to figure out a good position for where to have my face relative to the camera, because I won't be at my desk, right? Normally my camera is either pretty low, is either like at monitor level or it's at desk level and looking up at me. And X Yumi, hello, welcome in, good to see you here. X_Yumi_. I mean, Wonderful Owl, you already said that you're having peach and raspberry teas, and those are nice. Uh, those are nice iced. Those are nice iced. I mean, but again, oh, snuggy wuggy, nya nya. The British are very loud. They're very present online, and they are constantly on the prowl for opportunities to tell Americans that we're bad at tea. Which, like, I am not taking pride as an American in the tea. I will take pride as an American in a lot of American cuisine. Hi, Yumi. Yep, it's let me give Yumi Yumi rated me the other day, and I checked her out. I think I like your stuff, Yumi. I like your stuff, Yumi. Yumi do very long streams. Yes, it was a Warframe. Yes. Well, and also, I mean, honestly, Goonie in most English vocabulary, Tisane is a deprecated term. I don't really, I don't care. I only use the term Tisane to kind of illustrate what a deprecated term is. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. It could be Tisane, for all I know. Tisane, Tisane. I genuinely do not know, because it's so rarely used, right? It's a hard Jeopardy question for an American. But I normally actually do take a lot of pride in American cuisines, right? I normally am very prideful about American. I think America does not get appropriate credit from people online for a lot of the culinary things that get done in this country, but tea is not one of them. Tea is not on the list. We are not a tea drinking country. We're just not. And yeah, Wonderful Owl. That's kind of my take. Is like I'm like, yeah, Chinese is like, you know enough that chai tea is redundant. Chai tea is redundant. That is fair. That is fair. I do feel like it's the main place where it's the main place where this kind of comes up, this question of like, what do you call a tea, is questions like, is rooibos a tea? Is rooibos tea a tea? Is nettle tea a tea? I actually rather like nettle tea. I know it's mostly like medicinal, but I actually think it's kind of good. Is raspberry tea a tea? And I'm like, yeah, these are teas. Because the way that Oz, at least in America, use tea is like, tea is when it is leaves boiled in water. Like, that's what makes it a tea. Is like you are boiling leaves in water to extract flavor from them. So it's not a matter of it being specifically from the tea plant. It's just the tea plant's the king of it. Quite interesting, the divided countries that call it chai or tea. Yes, this is true. This is true. For folks who aren't familiar with this, virtually every country on the planet calls tea either cha or tea, right? They use one of those two. And cha, I believe, is from Proto-Mandarin. I'm more confident about that one. Tea, I think, is from Hokkien-ese. I grew up being told it was from Cantonese, and it turns out I was misinformed. It appears to be from Hokkien-ese. And I always have to be careful about Mandarin because it's such like an odd term. Mandarin's actually a really strange term to use in historical context. What's your stance on ayahuasca? I've never had ayahuasca. I'm just generally not much of a drugs guy. At the end of the day, I say as I have a. I am going to get wasted on camera on Thursday. So like, it's not like I'm above drinking. It's just not super duper. I'm just like not super exploratory about drugs. I don't feel particularly compelled I don't feel a particularly prominent and strong need to do a lot of experimentation with drugs. So I don't actually have a real opinion on ayahuasca. I think it's neat that it exists, but other than that, not much of an opinion. But yeah. So so most languages, their words for tea are derived from either cha or tea, which are both different Chinese words from different dialects, mutually unintelligible dialects. But that, not interested in getting canceled in China over that question. And the question is, so it's a question of like, how did you pick up tea drinking as an avenue? So Japan, unsurprisingly, picked it up relatively early in its history. Picked up tea early in its history, and they picked it up from the north, which is cha. So that's the Japanese is cha. So it's ocha is green tea, kocha is black teas. Red is the actual color, but they call it is the color word. Ko is red in this context. It's another reading of akai, and oolong cha is oolong tea. Oolong cha, and the the English speakers got it from much later, and they got it from southern trading ports. Oh my goodness, Kara, another Warframe streamer. What were you doing, Kara? What were you doing? I hope brief moment of terror that I got your names. That I spelled your name wrong. What were you doing, Kara? Divinity. Okay. How's the Divinity playthrough going? My main memory of Divinity was I was playing it with my brother, and we didn't get very far. We did not get very far at all. It's Divinity, unfortunately, I didn't really get super far. It didn't super like gel for the two of us. But what I do remember was the way that if the two of you decide to do, at least in Divinity 1, I don't know if this is true in 2, if the two player characters decide to do a different dialogue option, they have a conflict on like a meaningful dialogue option, you do an iterated rocks, paper, scissors. And it was perhaps the most intense PvP of my life, right? It was perhaps the most intense PvP of my life because it's like, me and my little brother don't do that much PvP, but doing PvP with doing specifically rocks, paper, scissors with somebody who you've known like your entire life, is kind of intense. Like, me and my brother are very close, so it was like we know each other extremely well. And hello, Zanja, welcome in. Ain't that a coincidence for you? Should I mention that this is vegan cooking in the title? Because this is vegan cooking. I will be cooking vegan food. But yeah, welcome in. Obviously, Kara doesn't need to be told twice that if she needs to raid and run, she is extremely welcome to. And hello, Alibashi. Hold on, let me get everybody in there. Hello, 1000 Skeletons, and hello, Cookie_Mini, and hello, 1000 Skeletons again. Hello, Karatsun, obviously. Hello, Alibashi. Guniella, I have been vegan for like 15. I've been vegetarian for like 15 years. Yeah. Tofu. No meat. No butter. No fish sauce. Yeah, no, it's vegan food. It's vegan food because I cook vegan. I've been vegan for a very long time. One day. Yeah. I've been vegan for a long time, and yeah. You're keto. The furthest diet from me. The furthest diet from me. You don't know how to vegan, you're Argentinian. Argentinian is a pretty infamously un-vegan friendly cuisine. That said, one of those things is kind of an interesting, a kind of interesting the trend about veganism is that it's the most vegan countries are not necessarily the ones that eat less meat. Like, what it seems to be is that veganism seems to correspond more with like areas that have lots of student politics, and oddly actually very heavy meat eating. So like the big vegan countries are like, I think Israel might be number one, but the number one spot to go for vegan tourism is actually Berlin. Berlin is functionally the vegan capital of the world. And yeah, famously vegetarian-friendly German cuisine, right? There's almost certainly a wealth correlation as well. Vegan cuisine is really cheap compared to its competitors, but it seems to be mostly an affectation in wealthy countries. Like across countries, it seems to be wealthy countries, but within countries, it tends to be poor people, which is an interesting dichotomy. Yeah, it depends a lot on the country. Yeah, there's definitely a question about like which. Like I said, it's really interesting to see which countries. Like, yeah, Taiwan has Buddhist vegan cuisine. Japanese Shojin Ryoi is vegan, but it's also has no garlic, which is sad. Jain cuisine is intrinsically vegan. Not always, not 100%, but almost most Jains I've ever met have been vegans as well. However, Jains are a very small percentage of India, right? India has a very low vegan percentage. India has a very, very low vegan percentage. It might. Oh, yeah, you have Crohn's, so you have to avoid lots of high fiber veg. I mean, in theory, you could Goonie, but it might not be very comfortable. There are Buddhists who are vegan, but not very. I mean, honestly, just in general, there's not very many vegans, right? Like it's just not very many vegans. We're not a large tribe on this planet. We are a pretty small minority, and I gotta say, as a rule, a pretty fucking annoying one. So it's not that surprising that it's pretty small. It's something that very few people are born into, though more of them are every year, because veganism is largely a pretty recent phenomena. So it's not like people had a lot of chances to be born into it when they were, 100, 200 years ago. Yeah, that's a different question. That's a different question. The alliums thing. Can't imagine being vegan. Huh. I honestly didn't feel like it was very hard, to be honest. It did not feel like a major change to me. I already rarely did dairy before I went vegan because dairy's expensive, and I did not choose a lifestyle that produces high-paying jobs. Let's put it that way. So I gave up dairy. I kind of like would give up dairy for like months at a time just to save money. Like not even like on purpose. It was just like dairy's just expensive. And I remember at the time eggs were 50 cents a dozen where I lived. They were so cheap. But I also don't like eggs. Like I just kind of don't. The sulfur like kind of gets to me. Yeah, I am mostly for. I'm very much on the philosophical moralizing side of it, which is why I don't talk about it very much, because it's really annoying. I come across as really obnoxious, so I don't tend to talk about my logic for it very frequently. Okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe I should have done a baking stream. The problem with me doing a baking stream is that my oven is in the common area of the apartment, and so I would need to coordinate baking with when my roommates aren't around. And that's really hard. And that's actually not even the biggest problem, right? The biggest problem with me doing a baking stream is that a baking stream's really boring. Like, that's the biggest problem, is that, like, they don't show you this when you're watching a cooking show, but, like, the way that you bake is... Well, okay, ooh, oh, snuggy wuggy, nya nya. For me as a streamer, obviously I am doing nothing right now, and I'm having a good time. Right, I'm having a good time. We're 40 minutes into the stream, and I ain't done crap. Yeah, and that's kind of where I was going. Ooh, oh, snuggy wuggy nya nya is the issue is that, like, the way that baking actually works in practice is you spend 5 minutes mixing things, and then 45 minutes baking. Right, like it's not a lot. Like, the ratio is all messed up. One of those things that I have wanted to do, hi Luxuria Morningstar, yeah, I love it. I love doing that. I love doing it. It's something that I particularly appreciate, and in particular in the case of ooh, oh, snuggy wuggy nya nya, they're a regular who, up until has recently changed their name from something much easier to read to something incredibly cursed. So, so I'm sticking to it even harder. Yeah, and that's, yeah, you want to do something mechanically complicated with arrangement. Being called by your first and last name makes me feel like called to the principal's office. I can stick with calling you Lux. I know you, like, also, I want to give a shout out to Lux. I want to give a shout out to you. Lux, yeah. Well, I mean, the other bit that I do, Lux, is doing the formal names. Actually, hold on. I have to ask, Lux. I have to ask, and you might not be able to answer this in a text-based media. How do you pronounce this? This is like easily the hardest gender question I've got. So I'm asking. The NB stops by. Oh, really? I've been pronouncing it mix. Really? I mean, you could be fucking with me. That feels like you're fucking with me, but Mixed Luxuria, yeah. Mixed Morningstar. Yeah, Mystery Morningstar. Is that worse? Is that better or worse? Because I do like doing that with VTuber names. I like doing that with VTuber names a lot. I like saying, like my friend Inari Reiju, I like calling her Miss Reiju. I like calling L: Q Mr. Clonk. I think it's very funny. I'm sticking to my guns on that one. I think it's very, very funny. You wish it was pronounced mystery. Yeah, I mean, mix just sounds clumsy. That's unfortunate. There's a lot of neologisms that I think we are still working out the kinks on. It's relatively common in text. Again, like Guniella, as a person who was literally asking a question about it, I still haven't seen it. I still haven't heard it out loud, because it's pronounced M. Oh, okay. So the problem with that one, right? Ooh, oh, snuggy wuggy nya, is that I would pronounce it bonjour, right? Which is masculine. I pronounce bonjour. It was Utado Hikaru pronounced mis, being the salutation for non-binary, for mystery. I like that. I like that. Utaru Ukaru rocks. Yeah, it's non-gendered. It's a gender neutral Mr./Miss. Which the solution that I see most often from the people who run in my circles is you shouldn't be calling people Mr. and Miss anyway, because that's traditional and old school and yada yada yada, and non-egalitarian and non-dialectical and all this stuff. The truth of the matter, though, is that for one thing, I again, when I have worked with a lot of populations that when I've worked with very disadvantaged populations, I found that all of my clients actually really enjoyed being called Mr. and Miss and Mrs. They actually really enjoyed getting an honorific, being referred to with an honorific. So I kind of actually like that. And then, so that's one part of that. And the other part is that it's just funny to, it's just funny to call VTubers with a formal honorific. I just think it's funny. Especially coming from me, it makes them, again, like you said, Lux, it makes them feel like they are being pulled into the principal's office. And I think that's funny, right? Like, I'm not going to stop that. The Right Honorable. The Right Honorable is a pretty good one. The Right Honorable. I kind of like that one. Your Highness is, it gives me trouble because I'm too American. I'm too American for Your Highness. That's, you know, I'm the type of person to refer to King Charles as Mr. Windsor, right? I'm all for honorifics, but I'm not for doing more complicated hierarchies. That said, I don't think I've ever been ballsy enough to call a police officer who was on duty like that. I don't think I've actually had the balls for that. I think that might get me shot. Yeah, immediately sprints to the Boston Heart. Yeah. We were just but yeah, I think if I called, you know, Officer Perez Mr. Perez, I think I'd be like, oh buddy. I think I would get in trouble for that one. You started my journalist training to talk to everybody else about it. No, I just call everyone they. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Ooh, snuggy wuggy nya nya. No, that's extremely fair. I just don't know that. I always kind of I'm concerned with like the efficiency of my communications. I don't think it will surprise people too much to hear that I am concerned with like, do people actually understand me? Am I actually conveying the thing that I'm trying to convey? And not just like what makes sense to me in my head, but am I reaching my audience where they're at? And so, like, unless I was talking to somebody really, really frequently, I don't know that they would cotton to the fact that I was calling everybody Your Highness over and over again, right? I'd be worried that like the point of what I was going for wasn't getting done. Whereas I do think that if I called King Charles Mr. Windsor like once to his face, I think that would probably get the point across pretty fast. I think that people would get it. I think everybody would understand what happened there very, very quickly. I wonder if Mr. Windsor would be worse than Mr. King. Like, he's Mr. President, Mr. King. Mr. Prime Minister and Mr. King. I'm wondering what I said wrong. I wonder what I said wrong here. Yeah, Mr. King, right? It sounds so funny. It sounds so goofy to me. Yeah. I feel like in order for that bit to pay off, you have to do it like a lot. You have to really stick to it for a long time. And I'm kind of not good at sticking to things like that for a long time. I guess that's part of it. And like, you know, I meet new people all the time, so I try to like really stick to pretty common stuff. Maybe you just pull it off better than I do. Just read about the wedding that got sponsored by Burger King because it was Mr. Burger and Miss King. That's so good. That's so good. That's so good, Goonie. I love that. I love that. People are wrong about when I'm joking all the time. Ooh, oh well, snuggy wuggy nyan. Yeah, people get it wrong constantly. People think I'm being serious a lot about times where I'm just completely fucking with them, and think that I am joking about things that I'm dead serious about. That's a common feature of my life. Oh yeah, I mean that'll help. That'll certainly help. No wonder if it's also partially I just have, unfortunately, for better, or probably mostly unfortunately, created a life for myself where people tend to be pretty serious, as a rule. I'm put into a lot of situations where being goofy would be unappreciated, right? It would not, it would just be the wrong, it wouldn't be fun or slightly off color, it would just be wrong. Yeah, I've worked some jobs where giving people very bad news was part of the deal. Not medical, but I did give some I did have some jobs where like giving people like serious bad news was just like part of the deal. And so part of the emotional labor of that kind of job, right, is that you have to maintain a certain dignity of office. You know, it's a, and then of course like I got really into politics, right? So, you know, and I mean this you can probably see it in my VTubing, not so much the political thing, but from academia, right? If you pay attention to your professors, you'll notice that there is a rhythm that most professors have to when they tell jokes. Most professors are not joking consistently or frequently. They are joking periodically, occasionally, and in like specific times and places. Give me a second here. Rolling up my chair. Because I figure I'm not going to be cooking for a few more minutes, so I may as well take advantage of the fact that I can sit down while I can. Because once we get the come on, Brecking. Once we pull out the knives, it's I don't get to sit down. So it's important to keep good humor. Yeah. No, there's with teaching, generally the expectation is that you will tell like you average 1 to 2 jokes an hour, right? That's kind of the rule with professors. It's like there's sort of optimal rate. More than that, and like you don't really you can even go lower, right? You don't want to go higher. You can go to 0 jokes and that's fine. But more than that, and then your students lose track of when you're telling the truth. So, you have to, like, be pretty sparing with your humor. You have to be pretty strategic, and deliberate, right, with when you're joking. I'm watching my ad manager like a hawk because I haven't figured out I haven't figured out how to fix the API so that I get the ad warning anymore. Normally I just look at chat. Normally I look at basically nothing other than chat the entire time. Yeah. Okay. Have a good lie down. Thank you for stopping by. We'll probably start cooking after the ad break, but thank you for stopping by and have a lovely night. And I will see you around the next time you're around, right? I'll see you around the next time you're around. And have a lovely time. Yes. So yeah, oh yeah, no, that's all. I mean, that's all good. Don't worry about it. That's all good. Don't worry about it. Do not worry about it. Yeah, so yeah, at this point I'm just thinking about I'm just staring at all these ingredients I've got sitting on my desk. It's actually kind of making me anxious because like some of these are supposed to be refrigerated and like it's not a big deal to have them sitting out here for an hour, especially not because I'm going to be using them. Like it's not actually a big deal. But it does still make me a little bit like weirdly antsy. I'm like, I don't want this to be here. I want this to be in the fridge or being cooked with. But I guess this is kind of the ADHD thing, right? Like I've got a project that's just kind of like sitting just sitting here, and it's like, oh, this is like a detail that's this is like a project that's like started, but I haven't like actually started moving on. So I got an idea. I've got an idea and I haven't done the idea yet. You know what that's assigned to do? Ads are in 5 minutes, so I'm actually just going to start the ads right now, and I'm going to use the bathroom. And then when I get back, we will actually start cooking. So, give me a minute, and I will be right back. Enjoy the fan art. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I am back. I am surprised to hear Blue shit talking the stinky tofu. Most people I know who even know what stinky tofu is are very defensive about it. So, pretty unusual to hear that. So let me move some things around here. So, we are going to be making 3 dishes. Three dishes from 3 different cuisines. We have 3 different cuisines being represented here. We have the stir fry is a Chinese style stir fry from Walks of Life, which mostly does a Shanghainese cuisine, which is my favorite cuisine. So, heck yeah. A miso soup, which is famously Japanese, and a gochujang tofu recipe, which, yes, that is Korean. But I think it is specifically a Korean American cuisine, like Korean American dish, because it has a ton of peanut butter in it. So, allergen warnings for soy. There's going to be a lot of soy here, not just a little bit. Peanut butter, spiciness, and scallions. Oh, and nuts. I'm going to be using sesame oil. Our tools are going to be pretty straightforward because I'm a pretty straightforward guy. This is going to make up for most of the fact that I don't feel like dealing with getting out with cleaning the measuring spoons. This is it's kind of dirty. Yeah. I just realized I didn't bring paper towels with me. I'm going to go grab paper towels. I'll go grab that in a second. Be right back. That was driving me nuts. This is why I can't be a real food influencer, is it didn't occur to me beforehand to mirror shine polish my food scale until we got here. The food scale is going to be doing a lot of heavy lifting for us today. A good rule of thumb, folks, is that because almost everything that you're ever going to touch is heavily made of water, for most things, this does not apply to dried spices, but for many, many things, such as the peanut butter and gochujang that I'm going to be using, you can basically just estimate that 15 grams is 1 tablespoon. That is pretty reliable. For things that are broadly in the range of 1 gram per milliliter, which is almost anything that's very aqueous, you can just kind of do that, and it's fine. It's just not a big deal. Oh, my camera's being goofy. Whatever. Whatever. Not my problem now. So, with that in mind, I am a big fan of mise en place and of pre-setup. I am planning on doing all of the chopping and almost all of the mixing before we do anything with heat. By the time we get to heat, the cooking all the chopping is going to be done. I'm not going to mix things. Hello, Ryan the Space God. Hello, hello, hello. Droidcam, why are you like this? Sorry, Droidcam was being fine until... until just the last, like, 5 seconds. And now it's decided to be very annoying. Yeah, now it's being very obnoxious. Hold on, I'm gonna reset it. Inevitable scuff. Inevitable scuff. Die. Okay, there we go. It's like, where's... No, the watermark shouldn't exist. Anyway, we'll worry about that later. So, the part of this cooking step that is going to take the longest is that we need to press the tofu. We need to press the tofu. So, I did drain the tofu beforehand. While we were on the ad break, I did quickly go to the kitchen and drain the tofu, because we do not have I do not have a sink where I'm cooking. I do not have a sink here. So it goes. And so that means that we are going to have to... I had to drain it out there. I mean, I could have drained it into a bucket that I brought with me, but that's an annoying part of cooking. So pressing tofu is easy. Pressing tofu is easy, and I actually forgot one element of the press. Give me a second here. I forgot one element of the press, like a fool. Yes, you should squish the tofu. Tofu is meant to be squeezed. And there's a whole thing about this, right? Because the thing is that tofu, for the sake of keeping it from getting gross and infested, is kept wet, right? It is kept wet is kept submerged in water in order to keep oxygen from making it all gross. Right, that's the reason why when you buy tofu, it comes submerged in water, is that the water keeps it from oxidizing. It slows the oxidation process. At least that's my understanding of it. But you still have to do it, because if you do play around with tofu, you will learn pretty quickly that if you leave it out for a lengthy period of time, it will get really gross really fast. That said, that means that it is now full of water. And dehydrated tofu is a thing. It is not... You can't do as much with it cooking-wise. It's a little bit more limited in terms of how you can cook with it. So this is the main way that you'll find it at the store. I guess you could rehydrate it, but rehydrating is always a pain in the neck. People do not tell you this. Rehydrating things is a pain in the neck. Gochujang, hello, Jackathy. No, Gochujang, let me pull it out. Yeah, I did not lay out my table efficiently. Gochujang is fermented chili paste. It looks like this. It is spicy. It's spicy. It's fermented. It's kind of like... It tastes kind of like essence of spicy pickles. Is kind of what it tastes like. And yes, Blue is pointing out, yes, if you freeze tofu, it ends up with large holes in it like Swiss cheese. This is a thing that people do on purpose. There are reasons why you might want to do that on purpose, because it creates a different type of texture. And depending on what you're trying to do, that might actually be a texture that you want. Frozen tofu can actually be pretty good, depending on what you're doing. So, simple step, here at the start that is going to be very easy and going to take up a whole ton of time. My tofu press. My homemade tofu press. I have a homemade tofu press, and it's a pot and a very slightly bigger pot. So I've got a pot full of water and a very slightly bigger pot. And I have a little glass block that I've been using for this purpose for years. This was at some point a storage container, but I haven't seen the lid for it possibly ever. You could bake with it, and I have baked with it, and it's fine for that. But more often, I will cook rice in it sometimes, because it's Pyrex, it's very heat resistant. But honestly, this is the main thing I use it for, is it is roughly the size of a block of tofu. And there are folks who prefer to wrap the tofu in paper towels when they squish their tofu. I don't care. I just don't care. The important part is to have it slightly elevated above the lower platform that you're squishing into. Mostly because you want the water to drain out. We are trying to drain out water, and paper towels will wick out some of the water, but I don't feel like it makes a big difference. However, I am going to use a bunch of salt. So I didn't drain the tofu super well, as you can see. And now I'm going to salt the top of the tofu as well. Rub it around a little bit. Make sure that it's nice and evenly distributed. Make sure we got a nice even distribution here of salt. And now that that's been salted, I'm going to put this very flat, small plate on top. That's the thing you could do. I'm an American, so we're going to be pan frying this tofu. But you could boil tofu. There's no particular reason why you couldn't. I'm going to move a little bit closer to the edge so that the tofu press is coming more straight down. And I'm just going to put this on the floor, and we're just going to wait a few minutes. Just staging a little bit of an area for it to go on. All right, so the tofu is going to sit out there while we do everything else. Oh, that could be it. That sounds like a thing. I haven't personally done it, and I won't need to do it here. We are going to cube and toss the tofu before frying it. So, 2 of these dishes need garlic. So I'm just going to use this whole thing, and I'm going to be slightly clever. I'm going to do something actually intelligent for once in my damn life. And we're going to use this as a garbage. We're going to use this as an intermediate garbage holding area. So we're pretty much going to use all of this garlic. And the tricky part is I'm going to be doing 2 different things with the garlic. So I may as well peel it off, right? Got to peel it off. Just smash it a little bit. And peel it. So you do not want that garlic skin. It is not something you want to eat. It is basically really dry paper. And hello, the Tricio. Hello. Yeah, just a little bit of efficiency here. A little bit of cleverness. People haven't been here, haven't seen me around. And I'm small. If people haven't seen me around, they may not know that I'm actually pretty brute force oriented. I am not a person who tends to favor clever, smooth solutions. And honestly, you can see that in how I'm cooking, right? That I am trying to get everything done in advance. I am trying to leave as little as possible to be done midway in the middle of cooking. I am trying to get everything done beforehand. I'm trying to have very discrete, definite steps between this is when I am cooking and this is when I am chopping, right? Uh, many recipes assume that you are going to be continually measuring everything out during the course of the cooking. Not me. I do the mise en place. I do very, very strict mise en place. And let's knock that off here a little bit more. So let's think about this. So I'm going to take the smaller pieces for the stir fry. Let's do like something like this. Something like this. I'm going to divide something like this. These are going in the stir fry. These are going in the stir fry. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Stir fry or gochujang or the tofu first. Let's do the because I'll get on a roll. So we're going to do the ones for the stir fry first. So for the stir fry, I'm just going to be removing the stems. Just going to be removing the little bottom woody parts at the start. Just the part where it goes into the root. Because for the... There we go. And that's what I need. I love garlic so much. Because for the stir fry, we are not going to be mincing the garlic. For the stir fry, we are going to be smashing the garlic. So I'm just going to use a rolling pin here. Just smash it up. I am too many fructans. Yeah, unfortunately, Guniella appears to have some significant dietary restrictions that are pretty brutal. Hello, Matthew Riceseeker. Hello, hello, hello. It is good to have you here. Thank you for the 6 months. That's very kind. So we're just gonna scrape that off with the back of the knife. And there's the garlic for the stir fry. And then we've got the garlic for... We're going to mince the garlic that goes into the gochujang tofu. Yeah, now I've got a garlic rolling pin. It's true, it's true, it's true. I should probably stand it upright or else I'm going to have a garlicky desk. And so for these, I'm not cutting off the root because I'm going to be holding by the root. I have sliced them in half. This is a cute little tech. Cute little piece of tech. The slicing in half is so that I now have a flat surface. These now will lay flat properly. And we're just going to do some very basic thin slices for right now. As I make some thick slices. Yeah, it's a good rolling pin. Don't ask me about the brand of the knife. I inherited this knife from a roommate several years ago who just like moved out. And it's actually a pretty nice knife. I don't know. It's not super sharp right now because I haven't sharpened it recently, but it holds an edge decently well, which is important to me. It's not super duper sharp though, which I'm actually kind of glad for. I probably have cut myself 3 times today if I had it super sharp. So we're just slicing it up a little bit right now. Again, you can see I've got this bias towards avoiding relying on my memory for things. Now, I want to make sure that I get rid of these. Oh, Lorenzo the Boss 2010. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you enjoy your stay. So just slicing a little bit more. Okay, and... And now we're mincing, right? Now we're just mincing. We're just getting in there. We're just making a pile of these thin slices, and we're just mincing. We are just mincing. It's pretty straightforward. You're making donuts. Excellent. I haven't made donuts in a minute. I've got a friend who really likes donuts. And I don't know. I've really trended towards baking. Actual frying is something I tend to actually avoid quite a bit these days. You guys are seeing a rare opportunity to watch me fry something that I could bake. And I'm going to be putting it in this mixing bowl. I'm going to be putting the garlic in this mixing bowl. Lorenzo, that's amazing. That's amazing. That's amazing. We're doing that. We're going to do the little TikTok trick. Doing a little TikTok trick here. And then like that. And like that. And actually, I forgot to grab paper towels. I forgot to grab a paper towel. I am going to go grab a roll of paper towels. I'll be back in just a second. Apologies. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot, Blue. That's what happened, is I friggin' forgot. This is why I try to avoid relying on my own memory as much as possible, is because my own memory is awful. So. I'm just going to be kind of doing this to keep myself from getting too garlicky on the table. Don't even invest into the diner. Nice. And next up, this is also going with the gochujang tofu. Some ginger. Some fresh ginger. The recipe calls for grating. I hate grating. I hate grating. Grating is... I don't know. I hate it as an activity. I try to avoid using graters pretty much whenever I can. In no small part because it's just impossible to get them clean. I am never satisfied with how clean a grater is. I don't. And what I actually usually do for this recipe, Blue, is that usually I actually use a food processor. The food processor rules. I am the food processor's strongest defender. That is an S tier. And yes, I think that's worth being afraid of, Lorenzo. I am actually quite worried about that for today's stream, and not just me, but also my monitors. I am worried about frying oil hitting my monitors. So But yeah, I feel like you can never get a grader clean. It just feels impossible. Yeah, extra crunchy monitors, yeah. So we're going to be slicing like this, right? We're going to be doing some vertical slices. Should I zoom in the camera, by the way? Actually, I'm going to do that. So I'm going to do that. And let's... No? There we go. It's getting a little bit closer here. And... Oop. Microplane graders. I haven't gotten the chance to use one of those. I've only had the traditional graders, and I hate them. I fucking hate them. I fucking hate them. I mean, seriously, I used to fry a lot more than I have the last couple of years. And the main reason why I stopped frying so dang much was actually for weight loss purposes. That was the main reason why I stopped frying as much. And then, but like, yeah, I just burned myself constantly. I just got burned like almost every day. And for a long time, I would actually cook while wearing long sleeve shirts. Just to avoid spattering oil. So we've now sliced this vertically and horizontally to produce a little bit of a grid. Because again, we are trying to mince the ginger. And ginger, now we're going to cut against the fiber. Both of the previous two cuts were with the fiber. You want to cut with the fiber at first. We're only cutting against the fiber now. Where you rub the finger on it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I got you. The ginger on it, yeah. Yeah, that's what I've seen people do, and it's kind of tempting for me. But again, maybe I'll put it up on Throne or something. But I think that at the moment, I'm just going to stick to the fact that I've got pretty decent knife skills. So this is going in the mixing bowl. And now I'm going to mix the rest of the things that go into the gochujang. Right, I'm going to mix the rest of the things that go into the gochujang tofu sauce. So, number one, as the name suggests, we're going to get some gochujang. And it's off camera. So, gochujang. Gochujang is a Korean chili paste. I do not recommend this brand. Do not recommend Roland brand for gochujang. It is very mediocre. It is extremely mediocre. In general, I have found myself disappointed with Roland products. But yeah, we're going to, and I'm just going to be measuring it via here. That's the only measuring I'm going to do here. And I am going to take out, let's call it 25. Let's see if I can get 25 grams here. Well, something went wrong there. Re-tear it? Oh, no, I see what went wrong. It was not flat. This is what happens. I didn't take anything out. Move these things around here. I didn't take any out, and it says that it has gained 64 grams just because it wasn't laying flat properly. So now we're going to tear it again. We're going to have to move it again. We're going to tear it again, so it should be at 0. There we go, 0. So let's try to get 25 out of here. 29, I'll take it. It's about 2 tablespoons. It's about 2 tablespoons. And then some peanutted butter. Amazon brand. Cheapest brand I could find. Honestly, pretty good. Honestly, entirely acceptable peanut butter. I have no complaints about Amazon peanut butter. I'm using the silicone ones because they're the easiest to clean when we get to the end of the day here. So that's a little bit... We're going to go for a similar amount. 30. 30 is good. $30 is good. So we got 30 grams of peanut butter and 30 grams of gochujang. And now I'm going to... Let's see if I can get this on camera. We got almond. I've been almonded. I've been nutted. You know what? I'm gonna put up a slightly silly way of doing this. I'm gonna put like that. That's very silly. That's very, very silly. That's too silly. That's too silly. What we are going to do is now it's going to be soy sauce. Also Amazon brand, also perfectly fine. I am sure that even Roland can't make that bad of a soy sauce. So, tear. And we're going to go for... How many grams do you think we're going to go for? How much soy sauce do you think goes in here? The answer is 30 grams. Might go a little bit light. Yep, about 30 grams of soy sauce. And next up, well, 25, that's fine. 25 is fine. And next up, well, next up is actually going to be sugar. Actually, no, let's do the soy. Let's do the sesame oil. How much sesame oil do you think goes in here? What do you guys think? Do you think, what do you think about putting 30 grams of sesame oil in here? Even 15 grams is a lot. I'm going to be putting in like 5. It's sesame oil. Sesame oil's got a pretty strong flavor. One of the dumbest things I ever did in my entire cooking history was I had a recipe where I thought that that called for sesame oil, and I thought it was just using the oil as like an emulsifier. I thought I was just using it for like the physical properties. So I used like peanut oil, I think. No, it just got dark. It just got dark. I did not tear it that time because I knew it was 26 and I was just going off of memory, which is, again, my number one foolishness. So I'm going to do that again. And next up, we got the sugar. We got to the sugar. And for the sugar... Just gonna go a little bit lighter. I always like doing this with sugar, right? I always like doing the tappa. This is how you get really precise amounts of sugar. You know, you just tap the side of the spoon. Tappa. 8 grams sounds good to me. Maybe a little bit high, if anything, actually. So. And then sesame seeds. I'm just going to put in an arbitrary amount of sesame seeds. I'm just going to put in enough sesame seeds that it looks like I put in sesame seeds. Not going to worry about it too much harder. So we can put the gochujang and the peanut butter away because they're done. They're done. They're done. Don't got further use for them. Sesame seeds, though. Sesame seeds I got use for. And then there's one final ingredient. There's one final ingredient. Which is cornstarch. And this one makes me nervous because cornstarch tends to go everywhere. Yep, that's what I thought was about to happen. That's good. I don't like to use too much cornstarch because it's very fattening. It's a lot of empty calories, but a little bit goes a long way on making the texture better. I'm actually going to tap it out right here just so at least it's in a controlled zone. Cornstarch. Ah, humbug. All right. And now... Yeah, it's very lumpy when you're mixing it. So, now we're just going to whip it. We are just going to whip it. I'm going to whip it together. Try to get all the cornstarch in here so it's not clumping up on the edges. And you can see it's pretty thick. A pretty thick paste. The recipe originally advocated for adding a lot of water to this, but I actually found that made it not stick to the tofu very well. So we're gonna... Just gonna keep whipping it around a little bit. And now comes the final piece of chopping. Now comes the final piece of choppery. I nearly made a disaster right there. Final piece of choppery is that we are going to grab... Let's clean up a little bit. Let's clean up a little bit more over here. Last thing we're actually chopping for the day is that now the tofu should be ready. So pulling it out of the press, it looks like this. You can see it distended a little bit, which I think is fine. I'm not that bothered by this. If I were more OCD, that would probably get to me. But let me pull it up here. That's all water that came out of that tofu while we were here. And that is water that, when we got to the frying step, would splatter and get in our faces and ruin our day. So I am grateful that we got rid of that. So I'm going to be making this pretty small. I'm going to be doing... Actually, no, I'm not going to do that one. I'm not going to do that cut. Here's how I'm going to cut the tofu. I'm going to cut it pretty small. But rectangular rather than cubed. And this is purely a matter of my own preferences for how I like to eat the tofu. Does not actually matter. If you want to do triangles, you can do triangles. There are some dishes where I prefer to do triangles. There are some dishes where I prefer to do slabs. Hello, Saf. Hello, Saf. What's up? What's up? What is up, my amiga? Thirds. Yeah, let's do thirds for this last bit. Yeah, Almantas. This is not even the one that I was showing you today. I was showing Saf earlier, a work in progress. This isn't even the one from I was showing you from earlier. This one's actually been around for a minute. You can see this one's kind of falling apart. The nice thing about tofu compared to, say, chicken is that you can just eat it. Yeah. You can just eat it like that. I'm going to stop doing that because even though it's actually quite tasty, it is supposed to be food that we're eating later. And I'm eating into the budget. So, toss it in here. I don't know why I'm being sparing with this. I'm actually... Saf, this is not actually my kitchen. This is actually my desk. Because setting up a camera in my kitchen is such a pain in the ass. I have managed to create a tiny kitchen inside my office. Seems like we're going to be... Yeah, I mean, again, vegan W right there. Oblique vegan W. That, I don't have to worry about that particular form of supply chain disruption. I just have to worry about all the other ones. Just have to worry about the inevitable listeria and whatever. I'm pretty sure the main way that people get salmonella these days in America is like lettuce, right? An Almantas printed model, that would rule. Yeah, lettuce is a common way for Americans to get salmonella. We do actually have some wood countertops in our kitchen, but it's not this countertop. This is my desk. So, we're going to let this sit for a few minutes. While I take a stretch. Yeah, lots of veggies that don't get cooked. That's definitely a part of it, is the raw veggies element of it. Another element is the... Oh, hold on, I'm just racking my brain thinking about what else I need to do for prep for the moment. Yes, this was it. So, and back to what we're doing with the cabbage. Hello, Goroth. Hello, Goroth Obarski. I mean, currently we've got food safety standards. We're working on getting rid of the ones that we have. There are definitely better ones. There are definitely countries that have better food safety, but ours is about to get a lot worse. So we definitely have some, or else it couldn't get worse, right? But yeah, these are arbles. I love them. Yeah, the meat has so many more standards. Yeah. It is pretty crazy. In general, it's actually really weird where food safety standards kind of get applied and how they kind of have like weird influences. So like one of those things you have to worry about, if people didn't know this, the main thing if you are vegan that you have to worry about nutritionally is not protein. People get worried about that and they're being foolish. You just don't need that much protein, and a lot of really good protein sources are vegan. It's not really a big deal. What does matter a lot, though, is B12. If you have a normal American diet, you will not have B12 in your diet. In a normal American vegan diet, you will not have B12. And the thing is that B12 is not actually made by animals. It is not an animal product. It is made by cyanobacteria. So it's in dirt. And that's how you get in your diet. And that's how humans didn't die from a lack of vitamin B12. We developed to be dependent on B12. It's made by cyanobacteria, so you get it from dirt. And so almost everything you buy in the grocery store is very thoroughly washed. So there's no dirt. So there's no B12. You're going to eat the dirt. Of course you are, Saf. Lady Pica Saffron. I mean, you're a vase, so you're like made of dirt. What does a vase even eat? What are the nutritional requirements for a vase? Yeah, cannibalism. But anyway, the way that you get it in your normal diet is actually from animal intestines. No, salmonella is not a good source of vitamin B12. It's sausage is the big one. And you use B12 very minimally in your in your body. You do not actually need a lot of B12. And a side of bacon. Very kosher. But yeah, like you get it from the animal products because the way that the animal products are regulated doesn't lead to the B12 being removed from them. And so it's not something we really thought about as a food safety thing. Until, like, you know, vegans started having B12 deficiencies. And let's see, what do I have left to do that I can do in pre-prep? I think we might actually be at the point where I need to start using heat. Oh wait, no, I've got one more step left to do. I've got one more left to do. So, where did I put the scales? There's the scales. This is for the... I'm making a mess right now. This is for the stir fry. This is the stir fry sauce. It's going to be... I'm going to do about 20 or so grams of soy sauce. And then about 20 grams of Shaoxing. Shaoxing rules. Shaoxing is so good. Do not buy the Roland brand. It is, again, much, much worse. I've experimented with trying to cheap out on things, and Roland is almost always the cheapest option for Asian ingredients. Shaoxing was... Doing Roland Shaoxing was painful. Oh my goodness, Jazzahall! Jazzahall! I've been defunded. Hold on. Let me... Yeah. Welcome in Jazzahall. Welcome in Rosenstar. Welcome in Raiders. Hello. Hold on, I had to grab my keyboard. And let's give Jazzahall the shout out. Hi-Fi Rush. How is Hi-Fi Rush? I keep on hearing good things about it. I keep on not playing it. And I'm sock. You are not going to get me putting on the sock. You are not going to get me to put on the sock while we're doing this stream. But yes, so to catch up the Raiders, I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, currently sock. You suck at rhythm games, so that's fine. I am doing a cooking stream. This was a subathon reward from my affiliate subathon, and it has been hanging over my head like a goddamn axe. It is one of the only two things left from that subathon that I haven't done. So I want to get it done. And I'm going to be cooking. I put it in the pinned message. We are making a cabbage stir fry, Chinese style cabbage stir fry, gochujang tofu, which is a Korean American dish, and miso soup, a very simple miso soup. We are getting to the end of the mise en place. Forgot how annoying it is to pour out of a bottle that's just been freshly opened. Shaoxing wine rules. Yeah, sort of Damocles. Really, I guess I should say, like, it's just a weight on my shoulders. It's actually just the better metaphor, to be honest. But yeah, so yes, we were doing that. We were actually discussing food safety before you came in, specifically the fact that we are about to lose food safety as a concept. I don't know, what was being defunded? Was it Hi-Fi Rush itself being defunded? Because people are implying that it was the Department of Education being defunded, which is also very bad. Yeah, we did talk a little bit about the decline and fall of Western food safety standards. And we're going to add a little pinch of sugar to this one. I should watch those movies again. I like the movies Decline and Fall of Western Civilization. Those are good movies. If people have not heard if people are not familiar with these movies, they are a movie series made by the director of Wayne's World about the LA music scene. And she shot them 10 years apart. And the first one is on punk, and the second one is on heavy metal, and the third one is on like post-punk, and the third one's just okay. But you get to see insane stuff. Like, because the first one she shot in like the 70s. She shot it like the first in the 70s, second in the 80s, and the third in the 90s. That means that you get to see pre-Henry Rollins Black Flag, which is wild. It's wild that Henry Rollins was at one point not in Black Flag. Or I should say that Black Flag didn't have Henry Rollins for a while. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. And such a different band. Such a different vibe. Ad Manager is decided to kill itself. But yes, obviously I don't need to tell you this, Jazzahol. I'm sure you know. If you need to raid and run, go ahead and do so. I will not judge you at all for that, because I know that I tend to raid out when I am hungry or tired. Yes, you streamed way longer than planned. Yeah, I was about to say, Jazzahol, this feels pretty late for you. I have gone over to a later streaming schedule in order to accommodate other parts of my life where my streaming schedule is just really making it hard for me to get other things done. And that means that now I'm missing a lot of my streamer buds. My former stream, my common choices for people to raid me and common choices to raid are now different, and it makes me a little bit sad. But there is always change, right? There is always change. So, this is the mix for the cabbage stir fry. Let me think about what I need to get. I am just currently mad about the fact that I cannot run ads right now because the ad manager is dead. What time is it? There's going to be ads in like 10 more minutes. Yes, I can raid people I couldn't before. It's true. I do need to, I mean, it's a matter of I need to like figure out who those people are, right? It's a matter of learning who next and developing new connections. This is the thing, right? There's always new friends and always old friends. Always new friends and always old friends. And I hope my old friends don't miss me too much. Yeah, I hate when other people who are affiliate or partner streamers here may have experienced this, but it's really frustrating to be underneath the icy grip of the ads and not be able to do anything about it. It's already annoying enough that you've got the ads. Okay, Ad Manager came back. So let me give a stretch to myself. And I'm going to run the ads because when we get back, I'm going to be actually cooking. I'm going to actually have the heat on. So that's going to be... I might also try to put away some of the ingredients, so I might be away for a little bit longer than the ads suggest. Mostly just because I am getting a little bit tired of feeling like I'm going to trip over bottles of Shaoxing. But I might not. I might just take them off the desk. We'll be back in a few minutes. All right, all right. I am back. I am back. I am back. I think I got everything that I actually need from the kitchen here. So I'm just going to be taking a minute to do a little bit of tidying up, to tidy up a little bit here, and put some things in less annoying locations. So I want to keep that. I don't need the sugar. I'll get the sesame out later. I do need the miso. Do need the second batch of tofu. And let's see. Let's get you over here where I can reach you when I need you, but relatively out of the way. Actually, no, over here. A lot of chaos going on here. A lot of little bits of chaos over here. And put that over here, and put you over here by the miso. And we don't really need the knife anymore. I may as well have put that away. You know what? Do need the spoon. And let's just move some things around here. Let's get you out of the way. You know what? Wipe that down a little bit and get out of the way. Knocked over my egg timer like a dingus. I don't really need the egg timer. It's a luxury item. I do love egg timers though. Like as pieces of tech, the egg timer has become like my ideal piece of technology because it just fucking works. They are not installing Microsoft Copilot on there's been no hint that there's going to be a Microsoft Copilot. Almost did something very stupid there. On an egg timer. Like nobody's talking about that. That's not a thing that anybody is planning on doing. There's not I'm sure that people have successfully made IoT egg timers, and they're stupid, and I don't have to buy them, and I don't have to think about them because egg timers are really simple. There's a part of me that worries that the assholes who want to put AI and IoT and everything are going to eventually make it so that I can only buy smart egg timers, and then I'm going to have to learn how to make a water clock or something. But that day is far away. Okay. So I've cleared out some space. I've cleared out a good amount of space here. Which is important because this is the real way you can tell that this is not a kitchen. Using an induction cooktop. Hell yeah. How's it looking, folks? So I need a little bit. I feel like zooming out a little bit more. I feel like zooming out a little bit might help. Let's put you a little bit more head on. Oh, buddy, no, I know. I need that less head on. I need that less head on. Trying to figure out how much face reveal is happening here. Induction cooktops are generally better than electric. I have gas in my... Hold on a second. Oh, you definitely don't need to see that. I have gas in my kitchen. But my gas is actually not very reliable. Hold on a second. I'm just trying to figure out something here. So I need to be pretty far back if I want to avoid accidentally doxing myself. This is the problem with the induction cooktop, right? Is that... Well, first of all, let's get you down below there. Let's get you tucked in. And... yeah, it's a pretty big one. I did not realize it was going to be this big when I ordered it. It is so reflective. I do not like how reflective it is. So, let me just take a look at what you guys can see. Okay. Let's zoom out a little bit more. Okay, I think I might actually put on a mask. Hold on a second. I'm gonna put on a mask so that I don't to avoid self-dox. All right, now I'm not gonna be able to smell anything effectively, but that's okay. Oh, my mouth tracking is gonna be completely broken. Yeah, mouth tracking is gonna be completely broken. Head tracking shouldn't be, but mouth tracking is gonna be completely freaking busted. Okay, let's calibrate again. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Actually, hold on. I'm just gonna experiment a little bit around with the angles. It's going to play around a little bit with angles, because you should be able to see, I think actually, I think I'm going to have to do something a little bit goofy here. Okay, so that's as high up as I can get it. Let's see. Okay, I think I can actually do this pretty safely. I think this will be okay. Let's just adjust the cameras, the angles a little bit more. Okay. So, and a little bit upwards. Yeah, you can see that this desk is barely organized chaos at this point. Okay, so to tell you the plan. Actually, hold on. Before I get started on doing any of these, I am going to cube some tofu for use in the miso soup. Let's do that before I turn on the induction stovetop. Let's do that while I've still got a little bit of space. It's not on, so it's not hot at all, because induction is cool like that. Induction is very, very cool like that. I won't need to do anything else that requires a cutting board other than this. I'm just going to cut off a portion of this tofu. This is some soft tofu that I have already cooked with before, right? And so that's why it's in a cute little container like this. I am going to need to replace the water later tonight. After stream, I'm going to replace the water on this. All right, and I'm just going to cube it a little bit. Just not even real cubes, right? Very sloppy cubes. Very, very sloppy cubes. And put it over here and bring you back, because I want to keep my face out of the line of fire. Alrighty. So the plan is that I'm going to be making the miso soup over here on this one. And then I'm going to make the miso soup over here on this. And then, while that is going, I am going to fry the gochujang tofu. And once the gochujang tofu is fried, I am going to move the gochujang tofu into a holding cell here. And then I'm going to cook the stir fry in there. Excuse me. Excuse me. So, may as well start with the gochujang tofu. So this pan is actually oversized, unfortunately. Hello, Tech Tenchi. Hello. And hello, Emperor's Armpits. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. You just got here in time for the action. You just got here in time for the hot part. So, all I have done with this is tested it for boiling. I know that the induction stovetop works. I know it works with these two. Other than that, I have not played around with it. But yeah, we've already done all the cutting and prep. We are getting to the actual heating. So this is the problem with this is a bit of a problem with induction. As cool as induction is, it does not heat the pan. It does not heat the pan evenly, right? Now I'm worried about scratching things. So we're gonna wait here a minute. It says 300F, which should be boiling off the water. You have never had tofu. Interesting. It is, I cook with tofu a lot. A lot. Tofu is something I have on a near daily basis. If the weird Bush era health scammers were accurate about how soy and tofu work, I would have boobs bigger than The Rock. And I definitely do not. Okay, so you can see it's insta-boiling when it hits the center. It is instant boiling when it hits the center. So, this is a problem with the pan being too large, right? My frying pan is too large. Yeah, it's nonsense. It's nonsense. In case anybody's wondering what the issue with that is, what was being claimed is that because soy has relatively high levels of phytoestrogens in them, having soy would feminize people who eat significant amounts of soy. Which there are several pieces of issue with that. There are several pieces of evidence you can look at that are going to make that a trouble. Number one, if that were the case, then wouldn't the countries where people eat the most soy have the women with the biggest boobs? And I don't think that people tend to associate China and Japan as the big boob countries, right? The other side of this that is, I think, more important is that wouldn't zooestrogens have an even more pronounced effect? This is going to get really messy really fast. Wouldn't zooestrogens have a bigger effect? In which case, having milk and beef would be much worse. Right? Milk and beef would be much, much more feminizing than soy. Okay, let's get this out here. And as you saw, the heat is really concentrated towards the center of the pan. So we're going to try to spread these out a little bit, but we're going to have to rotate them pretty frequently. That said, 300 might be a little bit low. This is a level of control I'm not used to having. It's a level of control I'm not used to having because I'm used to cooking on gas. I am used to cooking on gas. I am from New York, one of the few places in these United States where gas is typical rather than exceptional. I don't know if people knew that, because it was one of the dumbest political scandals that we've had in recent years. So, putting that down there. And... oh, you know what? Hold on. So we're going to have to stir this quite a few times, but I'm going to cover it for now, mostly because I'm deeply, deeply afraid of all of the spattering, of the inevitable spattering. So now let's turn on the right burner, and I'm just going to hit boil. I'm just going to try to get that up to a boil. Very, very quickly. And this is a very small amount of water because I pre-measured it using the bowl I'm going to be having miso soup out of to be one miso soup's worth of one miso soup's worth. Yeah, it does depend on what part of New York you're in. But yeah, it's breast size is a pretty complicated thing, but we have pretty firmly established through the evidence of 5,000 years of Chinese history that it does not give you big boobs. It does not. And the logic here is actually really simple. Yeah. The logic here is actually really simple, which is just... if that were the case, then... like... actually, the mechanics, I should say. The mechanics of this is pretty straightforward, which is the estrogens don't survive in your stomach. Creating medications that you can take where you actually absorb any effect from the estrogen is a pretty complicated process. It's not something that, like, we do by accident. If you know, like, any trans women, like, you know this. This is not, like, a surprise. I'm just interfering with the bottom surface because I'm trying to make sure that I can actually see bubbles and I'm not just hallucinating bubbles. It looks like there were some bubbles already from a little bit of, like, degassing and stagnation, not from boiling. But induction is kind of... I'm kind of into the induction cooktop. I'm kind of into this thing. Now let's... there are some other things I need to clear off from the table that are getting in the way of everything else I'm trying to do. You go away. You stay there. You go over with the miso paste. Not with the miso paste. You, what the hell are you doing here? Yeah, cosmetic surgeons hate this one trick. Tofu maxing for tits. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's not a thing. That's not a thing, right? I am pretty sure that if it were a thing, the type of person who, like, learns biochemistry would have figured it out by now, right? Like... I'm going to up the heat a little bit more. Because this is not going anywhere right now. And normally I do this in the oven. Holy crap, that smells good though. Holy moly. Holy moly, that smells really good right now. We're starting to see some bubbles here. The pan was hot. Yeah, not hot enough, possibly. Yeah, is what I think, which is going to make it a pain in the neck at this point. Okay, I can see steam coming off. So I'm going to take a little bit... this is a good trick, by the way, for anybody who is wondering about miso. If anybody is thinking about miso. So I'm going to take... Tofu is fundamentally beans, Tech Tenchi. It is fundamentally beans. So soybeans, lots of things you can make milk from. It is not, but it is iron. It is inductive. It is not a cast iron pan, though. So I'm going to take some big chunks of miso, right? I'm going to take a big old chunk of miso right here. And put it in the bowl. This is a trick if you've tried to make miso soup before and it hasn't gone your way. This is the trick. Is that before you add it to the soup, add some hot water and whip it. And turn that over to keep warm. Because we don't need it at a roiling boil for very long at all. This is actually going to be pretty simple. The miso side of this is really easy. The miso side of this is really, really easy. I'm going to keep whipping this a little bit more, but I'm not too fussed about it because I'll have many more opportunities for whipping. The important part right now is take some veg bouillon. Get some vegetable bouillon. This brand I like a lot. Okay, it's back up to a boil. Get it in here and make sure it gets the chance to dissolve. Now, normally when I make a miso soup, I like to add some more greens to it, but I didn't have any bok choy handy and cabbage is too tough. So we're foregoing the bonus greens. We're going to be making this very, very simple. So once this is in here, okay, the miso, the bouillon is in there. We're going to take some nori, and I'm just going to fold it a bunch of times. I'm just going to fold this nori a bunch of times, because nori is, yeah, this is nori. Yeah. I got it. I'm just going to fold it a bunch of times. And I brought some kitchen shears. You could slice it, you could break it up. I'm just going to kind of random shape. First of all, let's cut it down the middle once. I'm going to cut it down I folded it a bunch of times and we're just going to cut it down the middle. Oop. Yeah, konbu would be good, but konbu is my local Asian grocer is Korean, and I've never seen konbu there. Slice it up a little bit and get it in there, and we're just going to let it simmer. We are just going to let it simmer. We'll be adding the miso, tofu, and scallions at the end. And I can smell and hear the frying on the tofu. So I am getting very antsy to get back in there. And let's get you in there. Alrighty. Let's... Okay, you can see I have fucked up the frying. These things happen, unfortunately. Oh yeah. The smell is incredible. It's okay. This is actually why, again, I prefer to bake this recipe. I prefer baking this recipe in no small part because of what is happening right now, right? But, oh yeah, some of that char is really good. Some of that is really good char, but it is not a good fry. We are not witnessing an expert achieving his dreams. Let's deactivate that. And deactivate and reactivate that. We got a problem here. We got a problem here. The camera's dead for you guys, right? Okay, there we go. Nope, it did not. It's cool as a cucumber. No, I just need to reset it. That was unusual. Usually it doesn't give me that particular trouble, but sometimes it does, right? All right, all right. That's a bit of a mess, but we have to live with it. We have to live with it. Unfortunately, I do like the char. I do like the char, but it didn't turn out nice and even like I had hoped, and the tofu is falling apart. This is... Good news is that the sauce is very tasty, and we're not going to be wasting a lot of it. There's some of it charred to the bottom, but it will be coming back. We do have a second shot at getting a lot of that flavor back into the meal. Let's just scrape in here. And frankly, I'm just happy I didn't burn the crap out of my arms. Oh, it is going to be... I can smell it. It is going to taste good. But it might be time to cordon it off. No salt added, dock orders. Brutal on the dock orders there. Salt is wonderful to add to potatoes. Salt plus potato is an amazing combination. But I'm glad that you had a good time with them. Yeah, the wood would not help here. Wood would not help here. I've worked with this skillet for a long time. This one's been with me for about 5 years, I think. Wood isn't good here. I fucked up the heat, is what we are seeing. What you're seeing is a failure at heat management, which is not too surprising, right? This is my second time cooking on the induction top ever, so I'm not too surprised. But hey, you know, live and learn. Let's get you in here. Alrighty, alrighty. Yeah. And there we go. All right. Let's try to scrape a little bit more out of there before we get to the next stage. That should be fine. That should be fine. Whoop whoop whoop. They're very precise, and I am unfamiliar with this one, right? I'm going to turn down the temperature a little bit at this point. And re-oil it. Re-oil it. I don't like to cook with a ton of oil, to be honest. That might have been also a problem. I think I used too much oil. So we're going to wait for a minute for the oil to heat back up. Okay. Okay. So now, actually, I actually do think I need a little bit more oil than that because it's getting absorbed back into the pan. Yeah, that's true. I will burn that crust. Heat down. I'm used to using very, very little oil, Ryan. I'm used to using like 2 grams is what I'm used to. But I'm not used to an induction top. I am used to gas. These things happen, though. Alrighty. Let's get you in here. Give you a minute to get fragrant. And again, if I was cooking other things, I would not do this, but because I'm going to eat all of this cabbage stir fry tonight, I don't really care. I really don't care. It's not making progress. Okay. All right. Now, you didn't see me chop this because I had to rinse it, but got some cabbage. Quite a bit of cabbage. Let's get it in there. Mix it in a little bit. I am very nervous about moving this around too much because the monitor is like 2 inches away. So I'm quite anxious about anything too hot getting in there. Okay. Now I also don't like that. Oh well. Oh, my home smells amazing right now, Sib. Also, hello, Sybil. Hello, Sybil. I'm sorry, I can't give you a shout out right now because my key. I am. Okay, that's good. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. Where is it? So now we add our saucy ingredients here. We're adding our saucy ingredients right now. Oh, thank you, Sybil. I'm sorry, thank you, Blue. Thank you, Blue, for shouting out Sybil. Sybil's a dear friend. Sybil's a dear friend. I love her very much. I need to respond to your DM. Yeah, no, this is been sloppy, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna add a little bit more water to this. And Let's stir that around a little bit more. Because we gotta cook this down. We gotta be patient and cook this mother down. We usually take a couple of minutes. Yep, steam with lid on will help. That's exactly the point. That's exactly the goal. Just need to make sure the sauce was distributed well. But yeah. No, this is a neat tool. It would be nice if I had a frying pan that matched the size a little bit better. But these things happen, right? We will be adding some black vinegar at the end, so I'm just going to put that in here. Black vinegar is like Shaoxing, one of those things where you don't want to use substitutes. Right? Like, you'll see recipes and like, oh, you can substitute Shaoxing with sherry, you can substitute black vinegar with regular vinegar. These are lies. These are lies. You really do not want to substitute. Do not accept substitutes for those. So just figure out something else to do with your time if you can't get your hands on, particularly if a recipe really calls for black vinegar, you really want to make sure that you've got black vinegar. You want to be very, very precise about that one. Despite the fact that you can't have any of this stuff? I mean, you certainly can't have the cabbage, Goonie. The cabbage would absolutely kill you. That is not in question. The cabbage would be ruinous for you. Okay. You can see it perspiring here. It's actually kind of beautiful. I love it. I love it. Oh, that smell is going crazy right now. That smell is something else. Let's give you a little bit of a stir in there. Oh yeah, I'm actually kind of into this. Having some of this gochujang tofu skin in here. Actually pretty into it. Oh, miso soup's very easy. Of the three dishes here, the miso soup is definitely the least complicated. The main trick, Sib, for making miso soup is that the main thing I would say is a trick for like a simple miso soup, right? There's more complicated ones, but I'm making a very simple one. Is that you add the miso paste pretty late in the cooking, and what you want to do is you want to take some hot water and mix it with some hot water and stir it up so that it blends in really nicely, or else when you add the miso into an already existing soup where it's already got solid ingredients, it'll be all like chunky. You'll have like chunks of miso that are stuck to your stuck to your konbu and stuff like that. Yeah, you can, Blue. That's true. You can. All right. And now I think we're at the point where I'm going to be doing those things. That was not something I want to knock over. So I'm going to... That was like the worst case scenario of things to knock over. Okay. I think we're actually fine. I think we're actually fine. So going to pour in the miso and pour in the tofu. And then we are going to... This is a cheeky little trick. A cheeky little trick. I'm not going to chop my scallions. I'm just gonna... Now, despite the fact that scallions are very cheap, I'm going to be saving these anyway, because you can just rejuvenate the scallions in a glass of water and harvest them like 3 times. Like, you just, it's just a very nice little technique. There's a lot more scallions here. This is a much bigger dish. Okay. Yeah, free scallions are yeah, and celery too. I just don't eat celery like basically ever. So I don't really think about it with the case of celery, but I do have a lot of scallions in my life. Okay, and then the black vinegar. It's gonna do this for like another minute, roughly. And then we're gonna call it. We're gonna call it there. Going to let's try not to burn myself, right, with this. So the miso soup, pretty straightforward, right? Just gotta make sure that all of the... Because this is the only miso soup, right? This is the entire thing. A lot of the nori stuck to the bottom. And you don't want to throw out the nori. The nori is expensive. The nori is expensive. That's like that's a fancy ingredient. And let's get you out of the way. Now the plates. I did lie a little bit here. I prepared some rice in advance. It is pretty cool now. It is pretty cool at this point in its history, but it is still rice, and it was still cooked at the start of stream. And I always like doing this, you know, just pop it out like this out of the bowl. Nice and round. Nice and round. I always like that. And we're going to use all of this cabbage. We're going to use all of this cabbage. This cabbage is all getting eaten tonight. It is also hot as heck in my room right now. So I'm not supposed to move the induction top for a while. Well, it's hot in my room because I've been cooking here. I don't think it's... Today was actually kind of nice. Today was nice weather for us New Yorkers. Oh yeah, I like cabbage. I like cabbage. And then some of this tofu that yeah, it fell apart pretty bad. So a little bit more. Okay. And that is a meal. That is a meal. I would say, from my perspective as the person making the presentation, let's call it a 5 out of 10. We'll do my self-evaluation. 5 out of 10. Big problem being the lack of expertise with using the induction cooktop for frying meant that the tofu turned out real messy. But I don't have an answer for how the taste turned out. Don't have an answer for that. So we'll have that in a few minutes. I do kind of want to see if I can get this dang induction top off of my desk first. Because yeah, it's still hot. It's still hot. But I don't have a lot of places where I can put it while it's hot. I guess I might just be eating here. I might just be pushing this back a little bit further. And eating right in front of you guys. Now I feel like a... Yeah, new tools make for a lot of uncertainty. Yeah, like I said, I'm used to gas. I actually grew up cooking on open flame, was actually the first way I learned how to cook. Oh boy, so I'm winding up on camera if I lean forward. So let's take a shot at the cabbage first. Oh, hold on. Tracking is way off. Tracking is way off right now. Tracking is way off. Calibrate. There we go. And let's give the cabbage a shot. So hold on. We can make this better. We can improve. We can refocus. Okay, yeah, now you can see it way better. Let's move you over a little bit. And okay. And rocks. Fantastic. The inadvertent addition of the gochujang makes it a little bit spicier. And I think you all know that I do like my food pretty spicy. Let's try the tofu. I think that turned out excellently from a flavor perspective. Honestly, still turned out really good. The texture is not where I want it to be. I want the texture to be crispy. because I'm an American, right? And I like my things to be crispy. But I think it actually did turn out really good overall. That aside. But the cabbage turned out phenomenally. I should have tested the miso soup first, because the miso soup is going to be the one that's going to have the most delicate flavor profile. No. The miso is definitely the most delicate of these three. Unless we count the rice. So here's our miso. Here's our miso. And... second, just... a little bit. I saw something I need to clean up a little bit. This is something I always really like about miso as a soup is watching the clouds rise up when you stir it. I always really like that. That's a miso soup. That's a miso soup. The scallions are pretty good right now. I thought they looked a little bit wilty, but they actually are quite good. They actually are quite good. They actually are quite good. So, that was a bit of a cooking journey, right? Yeah, I actually like that blue. I actually like that. I think it's neat. It does make it slow, but I do think it's a nice little ceremony. I enjoy the ritual of it. Now, my ADHD ass. My ADHD ass. I'm gonna put this on a... Invest in these, by the way. Invest in wire racks. I put that on a wire rack so that hopefully... That's still warm. That's still warm. I didn't touch it. I'm floating a couple inches above it. So the fact that I can feel anything means it's still quite hot. So, I feel like continuing to stream after that. That was only 3 hours of streaming. That was only 3 hours of streaming, and I figure once we once we get through the next ad break, I've still got some hours left in me, right? I've still got some hours left in me. I'm trying to figure out what to do with those hours. Probably gaming. Probably gaming. And I've been playing V Rising off stream, but I feel like when I played V Rising the other day, it wasn't a particularly good stream, right? I feel like it wasn't super strong for me. So the other games I've got in rotation, in the rota for easy for me to play, are Warframe, right? Hello, Nano. Hello, Nano.
Subscribed voor 4 months.
Thank you for the 4 months. The 4 months. Hold on. All men must cook. So true. So true. Nanomancer. I love Nano. I love Nano. If folks did not see it, one of my favorite streams that I've done in recent memory was with Nano. Was the collab with Nano and Ronin and Vexing Cat, where we did where we did Monster Prom. I think of all of us, I think Nano got the best ending. It was a very good one, Emperor's Armpits. By the way, I'm catching up on uploading VODs to YouTube. I haven't made them public yet, because I haven't retitled them or made thumbnails. But I have been uploading them. It takes forever. It takes forever. But I obviously don't have all of my VODs. I'm missing some VODs that I thought I had, and that's really frustrating to me. Like, I have them consistently from first subathon onwards. But before first subathon is really, really spotty. Before the first subathon is really, really spotty. Stressing me out how far away I have to pull this to my mouth. I learned how to use chopsticks from watching anime characters, just like have their face practically touching the plate. No, this rocks. This rocks. But yeah, that was it was a very good collab. I think the four of us had a really good time. We're planning on doing the next Monster Prom games as well. I believe the 16th is our plan for doing the next Monster Prom. Yeah, with the rice and bowl. Yep. It feels rude to me, right? Because I'm I'm a whitey. I'm a gringo. A Hawkgene, a Guaylo. So it feels rude to me. You know, your dish is supposed to remain touching the table. But that's just, you know, my own cultural biases. Okay, it's losing heat considerably. Still not willing to touch it. Still not willing to touch it. You know what? I'm going to stall on ads. I'm going to use a snooze. I'm going to do something that's very rare for me and use a snooze in the middle of stream. But yeah. I actually like chopsticks as an eating technique. I'm obviously not super skilled with them, right? Like, you can see that, like, I'm not, like... not, like, killing it. I'm still able to eat rice with it, though. Hello, Wande. Hello, Wande. Welcome in, welcome in. It is good. It is fucking good. You missed the miso soup, though. I finished the miso soup before you got in here. But yes. Largely successful cooking stream. I am trying to decide, and I'm willing to take input on what to play on stream. By the way, again, all vegan. People act like all us vegans are eating crap. This is good. This is good. This is vegan cuisine right here, baby. But yes, I'm trying to decide what to do with the rest of stream, because I want to be streaming for another couple hours. Probably 3 or 4 more hours. I'm just not sure what to do with myself, right? Just not sure what to do with myself. I don't want to do more hand cam at the moment. I'm inclined towards gaming. Oh, am I? I don't know. I'm so indecisive. And more. We have no idea how to keep them at the same length together in your hand. Oh, there's here. So pick them up, right? Put in the stabilizer. Let's make it more obvious. So they're not the same length right now, right? Right? These are the wrong length. Flat surface. Press down. They're the same length now. When in doubt, use manual calibrations. I shouldn't even say manual. These are obviously manual calibrations. I'm using my hands. Analog. I mean, it might be rude. It might be rude in some culture. I can tell you that it works. It is rude to leave your, if you are, what you might be mixing it up with, Sharkray, is that if you're in Japan, doing this is rude. Sticking the chopsticks down, stabbed in, and like that is rude. That is rude. But I don't think just doing a quick manual check is considered rude. Because it's like incense, yeah, because like funerary incense, yes. And people don't want to be reminded of death while you're eating, right? Yep. People don't want to be reminded of their dead grandma while they're eating. I didn't know that, Blue. Thank you. Oh, to me, the crazy one is the Korean chopsticks. Korean chopsticks are crazy to me. Faux pas? As far as I know, it's not, but I could be wrong. There's a lot of etiquette I don't know. Yes, horror loving. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yes, that's correct. Don't rub the chopsticks together. They'll think you're saying the chopsticks are cheap. That's correct. And yeah, the Korean chopsticks are tough. There's actually a huge science scandal around that. There was a Korean scientist. I forget his name. I'm not very good with names. Was claiming to have been if I rub too many together, I'm saying he's cheap. In fairness, I am. In fairness, that would not be wrong. I own it. I am a very cheap man. Yeah, it's a flat thing is harder. There's a geneticist who was claiming to have done some absolute miracles in cloning in the 90s from Korea. And the real miracle was how he was able to get such a high success rate at embryo extraction. That was the part that was seen as like truly insane. And yeah, those are too far back in my hand. I'm actually kind of curious, Blue, you were talking about the like where people hold the chopsticks. I don't know if am I holding them like especially far forward or especially far back. I actually don't know. I find the metal also makes it a lot harder, to be honest. I find even like lacquered chopsticks are harder than raw bamboo chopsticks. So you're saying that like normally people would be like this, or more like this? Okay, wow, that feels crazy to me because I'm like hitting. Maybe it's my lack of maybe I'm bad at the technique, but I'm hitting the chopsticks are hitting each other when I do that that far back. Okay, we're getting hit with ads. I'll take a slightly longer break in order to clean up a little bit because it's a mess over here. And I am very stressed out about the fact that there did get some splatter on the on one of the monitors. But it does look like this is now. Yeah, I can touch this burner and it's not hot to the touch. It's warm, but it's not hot to the touch, so it's probably safe to put away the induction top, which means I can bring my keyboard back. Okay, ads are in progress. I'll be back in a few minutes. I am back. I'm sorry about how long that was. I apologize for how long that was. But that happens sometimes, right? But yes. Supposedly the further back you hold them, the further you'll move away from home. I gotta say, I am definitely living up to and even pushing that stereotype. Not only do I not live near my house, near my hometown, I don't even know anybody who still does. Literally cannot name a person who didn't move away. So definitely living up to that part of the stereotype right there, right? Okay, still haven't decided. Still haven't decided on what the deal is here. I actually have a ton of options. The more that I think about it, I have a ton of options in front of me. But which is just making my life like overwhelmed. I can tell you that on Wednesday, I'm doing Bokura, with Mabel. But that isn't for a minute. That is not for a minute. Insomnia gaming night. Well, I mean, it's more just a matter of making a decision, right? I just want to game for a couple hours. And let's think about it. Let's not do Mahjong, because I don't actually know what the hell is happening in Mahjong. I don't really want to do... Not really feeling last spell. Well, let me change the hold on, let's do some changes here. Let's take a couple changes here. This is done. So unpin that. And let's change this over to just chatting. I am such an incredibly indecisive fellow. I'm really mostly leaning between Warframe and Endless Space 2. But I'm kind of leaning a little bit more towards Endless Space. Mostly because I want to work on some of my streamer skills, and specifically the part that I apologize to everybody who watches me for this one, especially the part where I tend to just rush through decision moments in games. I have a very bad habit. Of simply moving right through the moment when I'm making a decision. Just kind of like looking at it for like half a second and just clicking what I need. And it's disorienting for people, right? Like, they're not learning anything. They're not understanding my thoughts. They're not getting a chance to breathe and to think about what's happening. It's no good. It's a bad habit. And Endless Space would be a good excuse for me to work on that. So would Faster Than Light, so would Into the Breach. Not so much Into the Breach, actually. Into the Breach, I feel like the decisions are pretty straightforward. I don't know. I'm willing to hear people on what they want to watch. I should have put up a poll before I started. Let's go, let's say endless space 2. Actually not sure how much I'm feeling Warframe right now. I don't even own Project Zomboid. I've never played Project Zomboid. Well, I'm trying to make less quick decisions, right? I'm trying to talk myself into being more thoughtful on stream. Well, and I also don't understand Mahjong. I have only played, like, an hour of Mahjong. I still don't understand why, like, I'm not in Yaku when I think I'm in Yaku. Right, like, that's where I'm at right now. I am at, like, still literally learning the rules. Level. Yeah. I think I'm usually pretty good at engaging chat, but I've noticed that I'm sometimes fucking up pretty badly. And so I would like to work on that, right? You know what? I don't actually feel like playing Bellatra. I'm gonna kill Bellatra from the list. I'm gonna kill Bellatra from the list. Oh, I definitely don't feel like playing Valhalla. I was thinking about that for a second. I was like, what about Valhalla? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. You've never played Richu before? That's fair. That's fair. I have only played Mahjong Solitaire before. Which is not the same game, right? 13 tile and 16 tile. I don't even know what that means. This is how ignorant I am. This is how ignorant I am. Then everyone has a different rule? Oh my goodness. That's too much, man. Oh, so you mean there's variants. There's variants within Chinese Mahjong. There are 13 tile and 16 tile variants. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I am mostly kind of interested in learning Mahjong as a VTuber socializing exercise. And from what I can tell, it's a very mathematical game. Looking at it. Very much a game about doing very quick computations in your head. Alright, I'm just finishing off the last of this dinner. Yeah, it's about building hands. Yeah. Yeah. All right. My desk is somewhat usable now. Okay, one person voted for FTL and 0 people voted for Endless Space. All right. I might still switch over to Endless Space at some point because I'm if I feel bad doing FTL. Let's go over. You also vote FTL even though you didn't vote. All right, and let's. Where the heck is the gaming source? FTL. All right. Is that good? How is that sound-wise? Should be getting some nice little funky music going right now. FTL, fast and light. Okay, looks like I'm about to dominate this category. That's cool. Oh, thank you, Blue. Sometimes people don't notice. I'm like crazy. I'm like, how do you not notice the double music? I don't know. It's because I've got extremely severe ADHD. All right. That sounds good to me. Stream info is edited. Let me know if there's anything else I need to work on. All right. Yeah, this is a pretty new account, so I have not won very much. NG is my favorite. NG is my favorite. I love the NG. All right, hold on. Let's actually turn on something here. So we are opening things up to we are opening up the naming. Naming is being opened. We currently have 4 things that can be named. We've got 3 crew members and a ship. The ship can be renamed. So I'm opening it up. Also, sorry, I random moose brains. I just saw. I apologize. I missed you coming in. Apologies if you've bailed. All right, Blue. The Blue. Actually, I'll be literal. You want to be crew? Okay. You want to be crew? Okay. You want to be crew? I will make you the pilot. All right, you're the ship's pilot. I'll give another moment for people to work it in, and then future renames will have to go either to onboarding crew or on to the next run. All right. Like, retie my hair. That'll be the end of it. Okay, Matthew. All right. Name the ship Almantas? All right, all right. Alrighty, alrighty, alrighty. The ship Almantas. So now you get to feel really bad when it dies. Matthew Rice Seeker. All right, I think that actually puts you in charge of engines right there. 3 drones functioning at the same time. Destroy an enemy ship using only drones, no weapons. That's tricky. Have 4 enemy systems or subsystems ioned at the same time. Okay, that's actually not super bad. The data you carry is vital to the remaining Federation fleet. You'll need supplies for the journey, so make sure to explore each sector before moving on to the next. But get to the exit before the pursuing Rebel fleet can catch up. Tip: weapons. You can queue up an attack before the weapon is charged. It will fire when it's charged. That's correct. So, let me just make sure I've got this. Well, Matthew's the gunner, which I actually also think works. Matthew's pretty gunnery to me. All right, this works. This works for me. Let's turn off the med bay. Turn on full engines. Turn on combat drones. So, for folks who haven't seen this game before, we have to get to the end of the game with a certain level of strength, right? We are the one ship who is poised to defeat the rebel flagship. So we do not merely have to survive and get past enemies, we have to be continually getting stronger. We have to be growing in strength over the course of the game. By the end of the game, I will probably have maxed out both both shields and engines. That's pretty typical for me. What else I end up maxing out? I don't know. Probably not medbay or oxygen. Maybe weapons. The way that the NG ship works is as an Ion Blaster 2 and a combat drone. The Ion Blaster does not do any damage to ships. It only stuns. You have to rely on stunning the enemy ship out of existence while the combat drone disassembles them. I find it to be a very potent ship. The Ion Blaster 2 is really strong. And so our idea right here is to try to take a very long and circuitous route to the exit. An advanced Rebel automated ship remains stationed near a small Rebel space station. However, without functioning sensors, it is impossible to tell what is inside. So we're going to attack the automated ship. So, the main way that... I don't know what type of weapon that is. We're going to turn on auto fire and try to stun its weapons out of existence. Activate our combat drone. So we can pause at any moment and then reassign things, right? So I can reassign the ion blaster to the drone system, to the enemy's weapons, to the enemy's piloting, to the enemy's shield subsystem, to the enemy's engines. Engines is almost always the best one to start with early on until the drone gets a couple hits in. Okay, there we go. The weapons are disabled on the opposing ship. Now the drone is disabled. This thing is a sitting duck. And it looks like we took 1 damage. We got 16 scrap. A heavy laser Mark II and 9 more scrap. We'll probably be selling that heavy laser. Heavy laser 2 isn't that bad, but it's really hard to compare it to an ion blaster. This beacon has been placed too close to a supergiant class M star. The ship will gradually overheat until you get out of here or die. A pirate, apparently oblivious to the danger of the sun, moves to engage. Alright. So turning on the drones. And one of those things that's really nice about ion blasters is that they fire super fast, which means that you get a ton of experience really quickly, which really helps. Okay, missiles go straight through shields, but they can miss you. So, yeah, we saw the big miss. The big miss. Oh, solar flare imminent. The enemy ship appears to be powering up as FTL. It's trying to escape. Okay, let's target. Okay, they're screwed. They were way too slow. I got 2 fuel, 1 missile, 14 scrap. The ship explodes, leaving my substantial collection of useful scrap material. Okay. We do have 2 fires to put out. And they gotta repair that because there's a fire there. Okay. Return to stations, and let's get the fuck out of here. You find a mercenary for hire at this beacon. Their unique skills can sometimes prove useful. Hire the mercenaries to delay the rebels. Hire the mercenary to scout the sector. Fight, you have no need. So I'm definitely not... Number 4 is just terrible. Number 4 is just terrible to just turn this down. That's insane. I'm definitely not doing that one. Fighting is a kind of obvious answer, but delay is almost certainly better than fighting this guy. But I think I'm going to take scout. The map has been updated. Okay, so... Also, that's a good opportunity to heal up. So send everybody back. Turn off the med bay. Let's take a look around. Okay, so there is a store. That's the important part, is that there is a store. So let's go over here. You jump leads to a remarkable binary star system. The view is beautiful, there's nothing else around. That's a shame. Soon after arriving in the system, you are hailed by a small cruiser. What good fortune that we happen to run into each other. Nothing personal, but you have some information we need. Alright. So turn on the drone. Go for disabling the shields first. Perfect. Enemy appears to be charging up his FTL. Okay. Delayed. Delayed, and there we go. Easy, easy. They stand a chance. 2 missiles, 1 drone, and 14 scrap. That's good. Let's go over this distress beacon. You locate a nearby human mining colony where an unknown disease has spread virulently. They are setting up a quarantine to contain it, but a riot has broken out. 1. Send in your crew to help contain the crowds. 2. Ignore their request and move on. 3. Send your NG to calm down the infected. So 3 is only available because we have an engineer, an NG on the ship. 1 stands a serious risk of getting your crew killed, which this early in the game is not that big of a deal. It sucks, but it's not nearly as bad as it would be later in the game. Ignoring the request is basically wasting a node, so we're going to send in the crew. With no fear of catching the disease, your NG crew member helps reassure and organize the infected humans. Calmed by its extensive knowledge of human physiology, the infected submit to the quarantine in the hopes that a cure can be found soon. The colony leaders offer a reward for helping to prevent an ugly incident. 3 fuel, which is nice, 1 drone, which I'm very happy about, and 9 scrap. Alright, let's get over here. You see a civilian space station with heavy damage. You receive a message. We've been hit hard by the war. We need more drone parts to speed up our repairs. We'll buy some from you if you have some extra. I actually kind of want to hang on to them, but I could use the scrap. I'll just sell 3. I don't actually know if that's a good deal because I haven't played this game enough to know for sure. Okay. So we're going here to the store. There's only one other ship in this beacon and is showing heavy damage. Receive a message on your console. Greetings, traveler. We were crippled by a band of pirates and are now forced to sell our remaining valuable equipment to acquire the necessary supplies to get home. Oh, that's what this is. Okay, okay. Okay. I'm going to sell this heavy laser. So let's see. So 1 costs 2. So the whole repair is not really an improvement, right? Oh, I shouldn't have sold any of those drone parts. I feel dumb. I definitely don't want a crew teleporter. That's a mess. Cloaking is kind of nice, but I can't afford it. Mind control is cool, but I don't think I'm going to bother. I almost never get good utility out of the system drone, so... I might also sell this. Yeah, I'll sell that. Fix everything. I wish I could sell the missiles. And I think I just go, actually. I think I'm just going to actually repair. I think I'm just gonna upgrade my ship. That's really good. That's really good. You spot a small rebel ship nearby. It seems to have been refitted for transport rather than combat. It does not seem to want to engage your ship. We are going to kill them. They look like they don't want to fight. They're trying to escape. Cool. Cool. Good for you. Good for you, buddy. I'm going to turn off my own oxygen. So... Oh, they've got a really complicated ship. Oh, they're hacking me. Oh, crap. I'm in a lot of trouble here. Okay, they are hacking me. Let's turn off the hacker. Oh, I missed. Brutal. Okay, I might lose here. Okay. Auction's already down to 70%. Oh, jeez. Okay. No, not you. Jump imminent. I'm gonna lose! Boo! Boo! I just took a ton of damage for nothing. Boo! That looks like a freebie. Dang. Dang. That sucked. Okay, so my people are healed, but the oxygen is still going back up. I'm gonna wait on the oxygen for a minute. Okay, we're over 90%. I should have enough time to make it to the rendezvous. We did not fight a war to let a single Federation ship shatter our dreams of a better galaxy. He locks weapons. Okay. They've got a laser and a missile launcher. So... Now let's turn off you, and I'll turn off the oxygen for the moment, because especially at the start of this, I really want to be moving fast. Right. Okay. Got a miss there. Okay, that's one weapon dealt with. Oh, jeezy Pete's. Okay. Holy crap. They're giving me some real trouble here. Okay. 1 fuel, 2 missiles, 15 scrap. Okay, and... I'm going to take 1 more power. So this way I can run all systems. Advanced Rebel automated ship remains stationed near a small Rebel space station. Sensors indicate that it's a storage vessel for military goods. Absolutely, we're attacking. Okay, they got an ion blaster and some beams. A halberd beam. I'm not particularly scared of a halberd beam. At this stage in the game, a halberd's basically useless. Okay, this thing's screwed. It didn't have any shield, so it's just going down. Didn't stand a chance. 12 scrap. Investigate the station. The station is a storage unit for military-grade weapons. You find one that can easily be attached to the ship. Burst Laser Mark II is really good. And let's just... I think I'll have enough time if I do one more. I think I can squeeze in one more. Receive request. All of our military ships have been destroyed or damaged during the rebellion. However, there have been reports of a Mantis war camp only a few jumps from us. Can you help us? Pledge to do what you can. Thank you. If you can give us a count on their numbers, perhaps we can get the rebels to help. Add a quest marker to the next sector. Okay, this is trouble. You found the exit beacon, but the rebels got here first. You must survive long enough to be able to jump to the next sector. Okay. Okay. I'm not going to bother launching anything, because I can't beat this thing, right? I don't think I can. Nah, I'm good. Let's see if I can do it. Probably not. The burst laser's freaking me out. Okay, maybe I can do it. Probably not, though. It's not looking great right now. Yeah, it's not going great. It's not going great. We're getting out of here. We're getting out of here. We're getting the fuck out of here. Let's go NG controlled. You have arrived in NG space. The Mantis have been threatening the NG core world, but you should be able to stock up for your journey. Okay, first of all, let's get repairing. Got a lot of repairing to do. All right, let's send him around. And I do like upgrading sensors. I'm not gonna lie. I actually do really like upgrading sensors. And I also do like upgrading doors. I'm gonna upgrade the doors. Ah, boo, okay. A pirate ship was waiting inside the asteroid field. It immediately moves to attack. A Zoltan ship inside an asteroid field is insane. This is so dumb. What is wrong with these people? I do like Zoltan ships a lot, by the way. Enemy FTL delayed. Oh. My drone got shot out of the sky. 21 scrap. That's pretty good. Okay, let's... Oh, the pilot. The autopilot's disabled. Okay. Let's get out of here. Quest. You find the Mantis encampment, but there are far too many to count accurately. You send a long-range message back to the settlement with your findings, but unfortunately there's not much to do. It would be suicide to attack directly. They must have been focused on setting up camp since you got far enough away to attempt a jump without being noticed. Alright, only one option. Distress beacon. You follow the distress beacon to a tiny asteroid belt. You find a small ship struggling to maneuver through the field. Hail them to offer assistance. They respond, help, our shields are down, we won't last long. Try to shield their ship with yours. 10 damage to my hull. Despite your best efforts, the civilian ship breaks apart from the constant barrage. You're barely able to break out of the asteroid field yourself. The ship sustains some damage in the process. Boo! I am like nearly immune to asteroids. There must have been rich pickings for pirates around here up until the war break out. The pirate you encounter here looks worn down but hungry. You'll have to fight. This is why I got doors. This is the reason why I got the enhanced doors. Where are you going? So Matthew should be able to win this fight, despite the fact that NGs are kind of terrible at combat. Oh no, Matthew's gonna lose. We will not... So they're giving me 2 missiles, one's... No, I'm not taking that. Let's close doors. Let's see what we got. 1 fuel, 1 drone, and 22 scrap. Much better. Much, much better. Okay. We are, however, in a dilly of a pickle right now. I'm still going to take the long way, I think. I'm going to take 1 more level of doors. I'm going to max out doors. We're door maxing here. You receive a distress call from a nearby NG ship. Assistance requested. Danger present. Imminent destruction. Respond to the call and move in to assist. You approach to find a Mantis ship assaulting a small NG space station. You prepare for a fight. Yep. I'm glad I did the doors. I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did better doors. Let's purge as fast as I can. Man the doors. Yep. You're dead, bro. Let's close the doors. And there we go. Easy. 2 missiles, 1 drone, 19 scrap. Attempt to contact the NG. Thank you for the assistance. They thank you for the assistance, and when you tell them of your mission, one of the NG asks if you can assist your crew. You welcome aboard. Okay, that's another NG, which I will not say no to. I like NGs a lot. Was there any crewing bonus for this? I don't think so. There's a crewing bonus for shields, which is good. Might want to... Yeah, there's no bonus for drones. I don't think. Or for oxygen. There is a bonus for cameras. There's a bonus for cameras. Yeah, I might take the oxygen. I might do... Though I might want to just not do anything at the moment. You know, I'll take an oxygen. Actually, hold on. Blue is injured. A small platform orbits near this beacon. It looks like a fueling station of some sort, and it is cheerily broadcasting a reasonable price of spectrum of frequencies and languages. Oh my goodness. The refueling station welcomes you to One's birth. As you hail them, there's an explosion from your engine room. While assessing the damage, you detect a pirate ship closing fast. Okay, so I'm in like a lot of trouble right now. I am in a lot of trouble right now. Doors. You fools. Don't need the doors disabled. Do need the shields disabled. The enemy ship appears to be powering up its FTLs, trying to escape. Not on my watch, bastards. We will not accept surrender. That's actually a pretty good deal, but they're really... I'm really close to getting the kill. Yeah, that was very smooth. 3 fuel, 1 drone, 18 scrap. Slightly better. I don't need to hit 2 stores. When you ask for a nearby station for aid, a friendly programmer gives you the schematics for a drone. We gotta come here. We're low on fuel and we're really damaged. The NG can do remarkable things with just a pile of scrap. The NG Hive at this beacon are selling equipment for just that. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna sell the burst laser. Burst laser's really good, but this is also really good. I was kind of tempting to hire another crew. Oh, the flat gun's really good. Flat gun is really, really freaking good. That's 9 mandatory. I'm gonna take drone recovery arm. Going to buy a couple fuel. And then... Okay. Drone recovery arm's insanely powerful. Let's get to the exit and get the fuck out. You've arrived at the long-range beacon. When the FTL drive is charged, you can jump to the next sector. You arrive in the sector, are greeted by a science vessel waiting at the beacon. They hail you. We find ourselves low on fuel and have a proposition. 2 fuel for 1 drone. I'll take it. I don't love it, but I'll take it. Okay, I could have made one more jump, but it was very close. Let's do Nebula. Nebula might be really bad for me, but at least it should have some options. Nebulas are always dangerous places. Many electronics fail in these clouds. You will have to tread lightly. That should mostly work in my favor. Should. Can't see anything with the thick gases surrounding your ship. Without not knowing what's out there, all you can do is wait for your FTL to charge. Boo. Navigating the fog blind, you practically bump holes of the Mantis ship. They hail you. Ah, this transgression will be overlooked. Nebula very dangerous. Next time, all humans die. There won't be a next time. Open fire. Yes. I want these guys to go down. Alright, cool. Intruders are detected. But where? Oh, geez. They chose a terrible spot to teleport into. They're not going to get anything done. They're just going to take a ton of damage. Ow. Intruders detected. Where are they? Oh, they're in the med bay. Return to positions. Assign these positions. Matthews is getting close to maxed out on gunnery. 1 fuel, 2 missiles, 25 scrap. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. And honestly, doubling up on the oxygen system is mostly just for convenience's sake, right? Like it's mostly just because it's annoying not to. Let's go over here. Your ship emerges quite far away from the beacon. You see a rebel ship waiting nearby, undoubtedly stationed to look for you. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I need to keep fighting because I'm so low on fuel, right? They don't have a teleporter. They do have counter drones. Oh, that's an anti-missile drone. They've got a flat cannon and a regular laser. That's actually pretty good weaponry. As these things go. Ow. Huh. So it looks like I haven't made any progress on this one. Dang it. I'm counting on a certain degree of, like, luck for some of this stuff. Okay, there we go. That's progress. That's progress. Now it's starting to fall apart. Any ship appears to be charging its FTL. It's trying to escape. I think it's not going to succeed. They offer to give you some of their goods so you don't destroy the ship. We will not accept surrender. I should have taken it. I should have taken it. I'm already regretting this. Okay, never mind. I win. Anti-combat drone. Ship explodes, leaving behind a substantial collection of useful scrap material. 1 fuel, 1 drone, 29 scrap, and an anti-combat drone. What is an anti-combat drone? Stuns combat drones attacking your ship. That's not bad. That's not bad. That said, I am in so much pain right now. I need to find a goddamn store. I'm in so much pain right now. Oh god, they've got bombs. Oh god. Oh god. I might lose right here. Okay, the bombs got disabled. Bombs can also jump through shields. I'm counting a lot on my shields for defense. So this is stressing me the hell out. Okay. Being able to do 2 combat drones at once is really good. The ship explodes, leaving behind a substantial collection of useful scrap materials. Okay, the drone recovery arm is paying off really strongly right now. Oh, I need a store. I need to store it really badly. Hold on. Double oxygen up. I have not played Oxygen Not Included. I have not. I know some people are really into it, but I have not as of yet. Think maybe I hang tight for the moment. Oh fuck. A rock armored transport looks to have lost its bearing, but when you hail, they grow suspicious. Whatever life forms you are, we find you repugnant. We seek no aid. Leave now. Yeah, definitely not gonna bother them. Yeah, they're not, as a rule. You come across an asteroid mining colony. They message you immediately saying, "Greetings. Our supplies of mining explosives have run out ever since the rebels blockaded the system. Do you have any extra explosives?" I want to offload these. You cannot normally sell missiles, and they're useless to me. 10 hull points repaired. Oh my god, that's perfect. They thank you and offer to have their engineers repair some of your ship's hull. That was perfect. That was perfect. That was functionally ideal. Okay, let's get over here. Sell 5 missiles for 15 scrap. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. A ship engineer set up a small shop here. First of all, I gotta buy all the fuel you've got. I just need all the fuel you got. What can I sell? Definitely not selling the drone recovery arm. That thing's amazing. Oh, Zoltan crew member? I can't afford that. That would get me up to 43. Not enough. I wish. This is such a good character. Allison right here is incredible. Zoltan crew are insane. They're so strong. I'm just gonna max out repairs then. We're just gonna boogie on out of here. Pirate ship arrives shortly after you. Judging from the fact that it is attempting to avoid your ship, you assume it's a smuggler trying to stay away from beacons. Attack. Okay, first of all, let's turn on everything. And I definitely want to disable the weapons as much as possible. Because I do not like the look of those weapons. They look angry to me. Okay, good. Good. Okay, good. We're managing to stun out their weapons. Looks like they don't want to fight. They're trying to escape. Enemy FTL has been very delayed. Two fuel, one drone, 18 scrap. Ignore their pleas and attack. Boo, I should have taken it. 2 fuel, 1 missile, 14 scrap. Okay. Matthew is already maxed out on skills. We're already maxed out on weapons skills. Let's power that up. Heal my poor bastards. Send them back to their ways. Let's get over here. Clouds and silence. Let's go to this one. Nothing. One more jump, and then we get out of here. That sucked. That was really bad. Rebel controlled. I'll take rebel controlled. I think I'll do 3 hostiles in a row and then the friendly. I am out of fuel. Holy crap. Once the Federation forces were scattered, the rebels came down hard on the locals here. Between the tax collectors and military bases, rebel presence in this sector is high. I need the fuel. I need the fuel. I don't like making a store stop when I'm this low on scrap, but I'm so low on fuel. Fortunately, I don't have anything I care about. I mean, another engineer isn't bad. But let's make our way to the far end of the sector and just mosey around up there. You spot a small rebel ship nearby. It seems to have been refitted for transport rather than combat. It does not seem to want to engage you and your ship. We're attacking. You prepare to secure their cargo by force. They look like they don't want to fight. They are trying to escape. Okay, let's power down some systems. Ooh, halberd beam and big laser. Let's get in here. I'm missing a lot, so this thing's got good dodge tanking. And let's start delaying. There we go. There we go. Okay, yeah, the offensive power on my ship is actually pretty good. 41 scrap. Okay. Recharge that. 41 scrap is nothing to sneeze at for one. Let's get over here. You're hailed by a rebel ship. When the rebellion is complete, you'll see the safer world we provide. Well, you won't, but you get the point. They arm weapons. I think that's cute. They arm weapons. What I need is fuel. I need freaking fuel. No teleporter on these guys? They do have... Dang, that bomb did work. You know what? Fuck it. Oh, jeezy Pete's. We're in trouble here. Send everybody back to their stations. How? I think we're going to lose here. I think this might be the end of the run. Matthew's about to die. I'm getting out of here. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I can't win this. That's probably the end of the run. That probably is the end of the run. That is the end of the run. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. Yeah, it's the end of the run. We're doomed. I don't see what I can do here. Yeah, this is the end of the line. That's the end of the line, yep. I'm really annoyed. That was an extremely good run. I don't really have an answer. I didn't even get a single achievement for it. Oh, no, that's... No, I didn't get a single achievement for it. I don't even know what to say there. Alright. I need to use the bathroom regardless of whatever else happens. So I'm going to use the bathroom, and I'll be back in just a minute. Give me a second. And I'm back. And I'm back. Alright. I don't think I stand any chance. I don't like the Castrol very much. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm tired, but I'm okay. Mantis Cruiser, Slug, Rock. All right. Okay, okay. All right, let's start. Let's see. The store is useless at this point in the game. Let's see what you got for me. Nothing. Not a lot of options left here. Fight the ship. Mercenaries are worse than rebels. The only honorable course is to engage the mercenary in battle. Let's turn off the med bay. It's a cloning facility, but no teleporter. So this enemy ship has a terrible layout. So I'm going to try to disable the shields just to try to end this fight faster. Miss. I am missing a lot, though, so maybe... Oh, well, the engine's already disabled. Okay. Bomb missed me. 3 fuel, 1 drone, 9 scrap. I will accept that, actually. You know what? I will take that. I don't have enough scrap to make it worth going. The rebels in the system are doing supply runs for the local space stations. These civilians have likely been out of supply for months due to the war, are in desperate need. So I could attack the rebels, wait and steal the supplies from the civilians, or I can leave them be. That's psychotic. I've got to take one. Gotta fight. They have a teleporter, which is pretty annoying. That is an option. The engineer ship is not set up for it, but the Mantis ship is. Oh, boo. Yeah, it's a Taurus. It's the NG ship. I like the NG ship a lot. Okay. Their dude just died there. Let's close all my doors. I gotta hope we win sooner rather than later, because we're in trouble right now. Okay. Okay, they broke apart. With the rebel ship destroyed, you take the time to collect what little scraps remain. They had already made their delivery to the civilians. 2 fuel, 1 drone, 8 scrap. That's good. Leave the civilians alone. You wonder if any more rebels will be available to help these civilians on the edge of nowhere. Oh well. For you, a few more dead rebels matter more than the lives of thousands of colonists. I mean, shit, I didn't... Okay. Let's seal things up. Actually, hold on, let's... Yeah, okay, so my guys are still getting healed even when they're out of the main area. Okay. And let's get out of here. Looking for some military supplies. You receive a message from a small convoy. They're looking for some military supplies and offering to try to improve your reactor in exchange. That would have been nice. 2 fuel, 2 missiles, 2 drones, but I don't have the missiles. Respectfully declined. You decline, you need what supplies you have. I wish. Fine, we'll take a look at the store. Sleep well, Matthew, sleep well. So let's sell this thing. I don't really need any of this stuff. I might take the mantis, or... I'll take the Rockman. It's good to get somebody learning experience on shields sooner rather than later. It appears the distress beacon is coming from the surface of a nearby moon. Your sensor are picking up a single life form. Go down the surface to investigate. You find a colony seems to have been recently attacked. Exploring the devastation, you find a lone survivor. Absolutely. Invite him. He states that he has a ship right before being stranded. He happily offers his services for a time exchange for getting off that rock. You know what? I'll take it. Right. He's got a ton of repair skills. I'll take it. And Kirkner can switch between these two. Let's go here. Stumble across a forward scout of the rebel fleet. It's powering up their FTL. They will no doubt get away. Okay, first of all, let's put you on cameras. Turn off medicine. Turn on drone. Anti-combat drone. Okay, that's annoying. I think I'm simply going to fail here. I think I just lose here. I think this is extinction right now. Oh my goodness, that's frustrating. Wow, I'm like already... Oh, that's frustrating. I'm so much worse at this game than I am at Into the Breach. Okay, and let's save crew positions here for now. But oh my goodness, what a frustrating turn of events. Let's see, how am I looking at? Okay. You come across a space station under construction. You receive a message from the command tower. Greetings, we've recently lost contact with a cargo ship that was set to deliver more construction materials. Could you help us figure out what happened to them? Yes. For fuel, 1 missile, 1 drone. Great, thanks for your help. I've marked their last known coordinates and sent over some supplies to get you there. Alright. You encounter a refugee ship drifting in space. It looks as if they're fleeing the rebel advance and ran out of fuel. Its distress beacon is active, but you're not sure anyone is on board. Hail them. They're running low on supplies. They suggest a trade. Oh my goodness, that would have been a nice trade. But not one they can make. Intruders on board. You arrive in the nebula and immediately receive a message from an unknown source. Prepare to be boarded. With the static from the nebula, there's no way to tell where they came from, but you hear the shots being fired on board the ship. Oh, okay, they went for the oxygen first? I can't see him, but I can see about starving him out. E3 over there. Turn that on. And turn the oxygen on. Let the oxygen catch up. Man, we just gotta wait here a minute. Oh my goodness. So another wasted jump. I think this... Oh, this one's very annoying. We're in a lot of trouble here. Might actually just want to keep this area purged. So I don't have to worry about it in the future. Just pre-purge it. Alright. So leaving Sector 1 basically as strong as I started it. Rock controlled? Sure, fine. At least I've got rocks on board. The rock people are a powerful and proud race. It is not unheard of it to have a peaceful journey through their lands, but don't count on it. Okay, so... Notice a rock ship performing combat exercises. However, they quickly change their course to engage with your ship. They apparently treat unregistered alien ships as handy target practice. Continue. Okay. So it's a heavy blaster and a pike beam. This is actually a really bad combination for me right now. Oh, very lucky. Okay. Very lucky right there. Okay. Pike beams are kind of cool, to be honest. I got a boarding drone. 1 fuel, 1 drone, 20 scrap. That's pretty good. No one bothers your ship as you float among numerous space stations and mining platforms. The rocks certainly run efficient operations. Solar flares. A rock ship is silhouetted against the sun and supernova. They hail, "Even out here you follow us. We wish only to be left alone." Out of panic or anger, they charge their weapons. Okay, let's... Okay. Oh, the bomb is disabled. The bomb is disabled. Missiles. Solar flare imminent. Okay. I got lucky as heck there. They did not. Two missiles, 1 drone, 26 scrap. I'll take it. Oh, I'm screwed. This runs over. This runs over. We lost. We lost because I didn't read a map. Which I guess is as good of a time as any for me to just log out. I'm glad I took the time to do a little bit more than just cooking today. But also, this runs over. So, in the least climactic fashion possible. Thank you all for joining me. I am grateful that I got the chance to finish off that cooking stream. It had been leaning over my head and stressing me out for a while now. That means that in terms of the... That means in terms of getting through subathon rewards, I'm pretty close to caught up, actually. I'm Subathon 1, there's just the calligraphy one, which I feel silly about. Subathon 2, there's still quite a bit left to go, and there's a couple of voice redeems I need to do, and I now feel more confident about my ability to do those. But I think I will work on those tomorrow. I'm also going to... Yeah, I'm going to do a few things a bit differently. I am open to raid targets if people have got one in mind. This is not my usual hour. I don't know as many people who are live. I know a couple of people who are live right now, but not as many as I have in the past. So I will take suggestions. And yes, I am tired. So the rest of this week, Wednesday at noon, very much not my standard stream time. Me and Capable Mabel are going to be playing Bokura Planet. We played Bokura last year. And Bokura Planet just came out. So we played Bokura together. It's a co-op puzzle game where the two sides cannot see what's going on. on the other one, you have to like describe to each other what is happening and what the puzzles look like. It's very neat. It's very neat. I don't know anything about Vokoda Planet other than the same guys and the same basic thing. So I'm looking forward to that. Thursday, me and Alex are doing the drunk stream again. It is drunk stream again on next Thursday. And this coming Thursday. And Saturday is it's very brief, but I felt the need to put it on the schedule because I am planning on it. At 10 p.m., I will very briefly be on Inari Reiju's stream. Very, very briefly. It is her birthday. I'll just be there for like 10 minutes for a call-in. I'll be after Kendra. I don't know who's after me. But yeah, it will be... I love Inari, so I am happy to go see her for that reason. All right. All right. Okay, lacking a... Oh, hello, Severitas. Hello, Severitas. I am sorry to say that I am literally in the process of raiding out right now. Let me also make sure I hit stop raids. Holy crap. It's okay. It's okay. Well, I mean, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. It's no big worries. It's no big worries. Let's go to Rinny's. Let's go to Rinny's. Let's go to Rinny's. I like Rinny's. We all know that I like Rinny's. Two dance. There we go. There we go. So say hi to Rinny's. I like her a lot. It's going to be chill art time over there. She's very nice. Everyone have a good night, and I will see you on Wednesday with Mabel. Goodbye.